Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and you know who you are. And welcome to today's stream. It is hump day. You made it. Congratulations. We are halfway through the working week. And yeah, it's all downhill from here, baby. So keep your chin up, etc., etc. Let me just fix up the YouTube chat there. It's not registering on my end. Let's just remedy that. Give me a second. All right, that should be better now. That should work a lot better. 4AS is in the house. Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up? Give up your color revolution, or would Akko the goat be mad at me? Yeah, well, that's what we're going to be looking into today, because up until, I guess you would say, quite recently, I was very optimistic about Gen Z, and I really thought that they had what it takes to lead the human race into kind of the future and deliver us all from this incredibly difficult economic situation that we have under the capitalist mode of production. And I thought they were just rising up because they wanted to see the world become a better place. But it would seem like there's some good old US intervention in here. Dilemmas is in the house. What up, what up? Sometimes I wish Trump was as right-wing as the Democrats think he is. That's interesting. I wonder what you're referencing specifically there. If something's happened that's been special that you're talking about. Ninja Nurse is in the house. How are you? And wavy, wavy. I saw your little picture in the general chat. And yes, I subscribe to man waving. Old man yells at cloud. That's what I do. That's what we do. Yeah, that's what we do. Let me move that so people can actually see it a little bit better. So yeah, we're going to be looking into kind of this idea that these are color revolutions almost, which is pretty dismal and kind of a very, what's the word? Yeah, it's depressing, isn't it? It's depressing. Like, Indoctrination's in the house. Yo, 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 what's up? And yeah, it is rather depressing, I would say, because I do have hope for the new generation that is finding its feet kind of politically. It is them that will take the mantle and start to move into the ranks of the political establishment around the world. And so I do have high hopes for Gen Z. Ollie Atlas is in the house. How you going? Are you Gen Z, Ollie Atlas? Let me know, because the propaganda that you share on Discord seems to be very skewed towards the short form content part of the spectrum when it comes to the propaganda that's dropped in our Discord server. So I was wondering if that was you in a nutshell there, if you are emblematic of your demographic, if I can say it like that. But yeah, I had a lot of hope for this up and coming generation finding their feet politically and looking for their own independence. But, we've been taken down a few notches when it comes to the analysis of people like Ryan from the New Atlas. And he's used some pretty interesting analysis as to why the Gen Z protests are nothing more than an extension of American usual foreign policy through their soft power vehicles, which is things like USAID and other networks that they have in the State Department, which allow them to fund media organizations and NGOs in other countries, again, that allow them to sow the seeds of discontent among the population to destabilize governments around the world. And it's not even sometimes just to destabilize the government or their enemies. Like, let's say they were targeting China. The allegations that have been made is that they're actually trying to destabilize Nepal to get to China, or to just destabilize the region generally. So China's got to look over its shoulder and trying to sort out things on its own borders with another rival of theirs, India, before they can really make an impact on the American situation, the Cold War that is going on between America and China at the moment. So again, depressing stuff, because you could really have some hope for Gen Z as being this kind of new and fresh vibe that is going to be coming to global politics. And all of the protests seem to be predicated on things like, anti-corruption, anti-nepotism, the fact that they feel like they don't have opportunities, they don't have the same access to wealth and resources that previous generations did. They have no prospects. And so they're going to etch out a new world that allows them to have prospects, which is great for everyone. If you ask me, like in the working class, not people that are wealthy or established, those people are going to be kind of losers in that situation, not entirely, but they will lose out. And so I did have hope that they could somehow wrangle things together to get action on the issues that they seem to think is very important, which I think we can all agree on, like things like inequality, for example, like wealth inequality, income inequality, the differentiation between the haves and the have-nots in society is increasingly getting worse. And we're going back to levels not seen or experienced since things like the Gilded Age. Now, if you don't know what the Gilded Age is, just like real like quick summary, the Gilded Age was a time like before the start of the 20th century, so from the 1890s, I guess you would say, around this time, when there were large scale capitalists. So they called them robber barons, but they were these multi millionaires, which back then is equivalent of being multi billionaires today. The richest people that dominated and monopolized entire industries, the railroads, oil tycoons. They monopolized banks and the finance sector. They had absolute control over so much stuff that they controlled governmental policy and controlled the entire nation and started crafting the American nation state anyway in their own image. And like the amount of disparity in income and wealth inequality was incredible. And so the start of the 20th century and after World War II there was a lot of time spent recrafting society to make sure that it kind of looks after everyone. I'm not going to say it distributes wealth because that's scary, but like at least looks after everyone. And we're back to Gilded Age inequality levels at the moment. And so I had a lot of hope that these Gen Z protesters were picking up on the vibe that we are living in the second Gilded Age and they were going to do something about that. But again, there's some very depressing analysis that speaks to the contrary of that. Dilemmas. Gen Z may well have been the great white hope. LOL. Yeah. But the left went so far left, it turned all the right wingers into born again Bible bashers. Do you honestly think that's what it is? Like, do you honestly, like, I've thought about that. I've contemplated that, the wokies, they went too far. But like, do you reckon that the right wingers are born again Bible bashers just because the left went too woke? Like that just attributes that actually precludes any responsibility to the right wing for their own self-determination, and they're completely defined in response to the left wing. So like these born again Christians that are all populating the right only exist because they're scared of wokies. I thought they're all for their conservative traditional and religious values, and they found that. And that gives them meaning as opposed to just being anti-woke or something. Western Gen Z males are turning to far-right figures. Yeah, so it is interesting because you hear a lot of analysis kind of in this stream and just generally, I guess, in left-wing kind of intellectual circles, philosophy, that it's kind of a different reaction to things that happen in the imperial core and then on the peripheries of the capitalist machine. So in the developing world, you have Gen Z that are just fed up and fighting for the rights of working people across the spectrum. And then the Gen Z Western males are turning to right-wing politics as they see the effects of capitalism destroying any of the prospects that they used to have. So they can see that their parents and their grandparents had it better, or they at least had opportunity, and like that now they feel like they've got nothing, so they turn to right-wing politics where then there, I guess you could say Gen Z in the developing nations, like no one's got anything. So like, they got to start from, they'll take what they can get, like kind of thing. Look at the resurgence of church attendance across the USA. But wait, so like really, so your case is that the only resurgence of church attendance is because like the left took it too far. The right don't care about Christianity as much as they claim. Nah, I think it's just a vehicle. Larp Jeff is in the house, brother. How are you, brother? It's good to have you. I can't do my Hulk Hogan anymore. I know you're disappointed. I'd like to hear you do a Hulk Hogan one day. Drop an audio file in Discord for me. Larp Jeff. I'd like to hear your brother. Brother. Woke stuff, trans the kids, attack on Christianity not being acknowledged, and now Charlie Kirk, plus Trump thanking God for saving his life to make America great again. Yeah, I think there's a number of factors there. I get it. I had this whole idea of just wait for Gen Z to grow up and start fighting. We millennials are in our 30s. That is the time most people are grown and developed enough to make a choice and impact. It feels like it's being done to stifle the rising millennial tide. Yeah, but like, millennials as well, like if you were going to go with the whole 30s thing, like by the time you're in your 30s, you're actually more established in the economy, and like you will start to make decisions because you own property, you're established in your workplace, you've probably, I don't know, you're settling down and procreating. Like those people have their political sway because they are more established. But I would even say the millennials are completely, or for the most part, pretty screwed, if you know what I mean. They're not in that position either, just like Gen Z, where they're not as established as their parents would have been or their grandparents would have been at the same point in their life, like that 30s kind of trap. Like they kind of have missed the window of their established wealth creation. Keeping down the people who can make an impact now. Yeah, interesting. Well, I think there should be obviously solidarity and unification between the two because I think they share the same economic pressures. Mr. E, do the Randy Savage instead. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll do my best. I'll do my best for us. I'm not feeling it today, apparently. Voltaire in the stream chat. And Avalava in the stream chat. Hope no one's going to start putting offensive pictures above my head today. That's started by you, Avalava. Yo, give up your golden NED funded rock, yo. Man, I was just saying before, Avalava, like I'm really depressed when it comes to all this NED talk, I must admit. In recent years, I don't know if you can see that properly. I'm going to scroll a little bit. In recent years, a political gender gap between Gen Z men and women emerged, with Gen Z meaning men leaning towards conservatism and right-wing populism, and women leaning towards support for progressive and left-wing policies and left-wing populism. A gap that has been detected by various research and numerous countries. And like we're talking about in the imperial core here in like Western or developed countries, right? But you have the men going to the right for their answers and the women leaning into their progressivism. It's interesting. If you think about that in terms of levels of oppression too, right? It's kind of the men who used to be kind of in control or probably grew up in societies where they believed they had a level of control are learning that they've got less control over their means of existence, their means of production than they used to. And the women have always kind of had an understanding of their inbuilt or their inherent oppression in this style of economic mode in society. And so they're more happy to lean into the progressive stuff to get further away from the old times. Hey, why can't we go back to when it was better, when men were men and women were women, etc., etc.? Are we established in the economy? Where are our homes? Why are we in incredible debt? This is why we are dangerous to the established power. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I think we're talking about the same thing then. That's what I was saying. Like, I don't think the millennials are as established. Usually people in their 30s have political bent in a bourgeois system because they start to obtain property and they start to add to the economy. So then they have like political sway almost. but like they're just like the Gen Zs, just they're older, like kind of thing, and they don't have the usual typical political input that comes with the station of being in your 30s. And so whether or not they're dangerous on that basis, I would argue. Look, you can make an argument that they're less of a threat because they have nothing. They have no input in the system, in the same way that I think we were speaking about just yesterday, or maybe it wasn't you and Dr. Nathan, maybe it was someone else who was saying that that's why they're not joining the army, because no, it was dilemmas. They don't join the army and stuff like that because they don't have anything to fight for anyway. They don't own property. It's not like they've got to protect something. They can kind of move around and like, play the system. Ollie Atlas and Dr. Nathan, it takes till late 30s to 60s for people to establish themselves in the world for the most part. Oh, there you go. Late 30s. Still struggling to make a name. Repeal the 19th. That's that a reference to? Everyone wants to swing right, but they also want free healthcare and sewerage. Culture war versus class war. That's hilarious. But we do like free healthcare and not living in shit. We do like that being taken away via gravity to be dispelled somewhere else. That's hilarious. But that's the thing. A good right-wing populist, I would say, Ninja Nurse, can promise both. They can promise, traditional values, a return to the golden age for the chosen people, and they can assure free healthcare and services. That's what a good right-wing person would do. When my old man was 30, he bought a house in Ross Trevor for just 100K. Now that same house would be well over 1 million. There's a big issue. Government debasing our currency. I think the 19th means the 19th Amendment. Okay. I'm not down with the exact amendment there. So let's have a look what you mean by that. We're going to the US Constitution. I think I'm going to have to save the US Constitution as a bookmark or something because I go there too often these days. 19th Amendment is a joke catchphrase the right throw around in America. Well, some are joking, not all. Okay, I wonder what it is actually then. Where am I up to? 17th Amendment, 18th, 19th Amendment. I have to brush off on my American history here. Like, we're getting all philosophical straight off the bat. We haven't even started looking at what Brian was going to talk about. 19th Amendment, the right of the citizen of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. Oh. Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation on the account of sex. I'm assuming that means that what gender you are. Hey, Matt Bond in the house. Morning. How you going? Some people just want to identify as right-wing to justify their hate. Nothing economic about it. But, like, don't you believe, I guess you could say believe, like, don't you feel like that anger as well, that hate does come from the same place? Like, it's from, like, the economy and, like, how people feel about the economy. They're upset economically because they're having a hard go, and then they see that there's people that don't look like them, and like that, like things have changed around them, and they're just like, well, it's obviously that's a big problem. But like, if they had themselves set up in an economic way, there'd be so much less people prone to be hating on others and blaming them for their problems, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Now, shall we get on to some investigation here? All I really wanted to attest to was I did have quite large hope for Gen Z. I think the millennials, depending on who you speak to, the millennials have had their dash. And, I think they would have had to have done more with the time that they had as younger persons, like, in their 20s. To really radically change things. But I think the world was in a different place, 10 years ago for them to make an impact. But I think it's much more an edgy place at the moment, the world. And my hope is, and like me and Avalava were speaking about this just yesterday, as I was, sorting out my emotions on this subject, that I actually have hope that, like, if the US are truly behind these Gen Z rebellions, the civil unrest that's happening, I still think there's a material basis for what they're complaining about, and I hope that there is actually, okay, the US might be pushing this in the back through their soft power apparatus, their networks, their systems to provoke and agitate foreign interference throughout the world. I hope that the material basis is the thing that lives on, and not just the fact that it's just America funding people to be upset, kind of thing. I hope they carry on and deliver new societies for their people. 16 taxes let 17 senators buy 18 drinks for 19 women is how we were taught to remember those amendments in school. That's hilarious. 16 taxes let 17 senators buy 18 drinks for 19 women. I thought there was some weird scandal that was happening in the White House at the moment. That senators are using taxpayer money to buy drinks for, like, I don't know, high-end escorts or something like that. Not that that's not the first time in history that would have happened. Hey, let's talk Watergate's conspiracies here, ladies and gentlemen. Dilemma is one of the main reasons I went right-wing adjacent. Is my entire schooling being told white men are bad, Aboriginals are always the victims, and the world is going to burn us all alive due to the climate. Then COVID happened. Then my son was born. Then I saw the amount of lies that are told in the media and politics. Yeah, fair enough. But again, does that... So, like, are you saying then that the left is to blame for the lies in the media and via politicians? I would say that your typical leftist, not your credentialed class, kind of upper middle class graduate that goes into the media or becomes a career politician, is representative of, like, the left kind of thing. I wouldn't say those things correlate exactly. That was my recipe for right wingness. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I would say that the right and the left, like, generally amongst the working class, have the same grievances with the media and the political establishment. They both think that they don't represent them at all, actually, and they're being told told lies by the media and their political representatives. Right? They're supposed to be representatives, not just politicians. However, those rebellions in their own right are threats to the current agenda of America. So, huge hole in that theory. Oh, thank you. There's some light at the end of the tunnel from the Atlas there. That there's a hole in the theory. Because, yeah, okay, destabilization is destabilization. So it could work against their interest. But they're doing it, like, if you follow the theory as well, then it's not happening in, El Salvador, or Mexico or something like that. It's happening well away from where it can affect America, like across the Pacific, across the other side of the world in, Africa or something like that. It's not happening in their backyard, that's for sure. It's not destabilizing their regions. Look, I don't discount there might be some people like that who are right-wingers, but that's more of a disengaged person's take that is just because of economic reasons. I also think you underestimate the influence of white supremacy has on people in their lives, let alone the systems that repress those people who don't with the white repress those people who don't with the white supremacist narrative. Yeah, look, these things can take a life of their own. Ideology is a powerful force. Don't get me wrong, but, like, it would fall away, or it would have less teeth without the economic circumstances compounding people's visceral responses to the problems they see in front of them. Both right and left are to blame in my eyes. I'm more libertarian, so I just want to be left alone. If you're not interested in politics, it becomes interested in you. The media has bought into the attention economy. Outrage makes more money than education. Yeah. Well, like, I think the media has been prone to that for a long time. It's like PR is a thing, right? And it's always been a thing. And it's always been about psychological warfare too. And so the ability in the proliferation of these things, and like having technology that can do all this stuff and like instantaneously satisfy our needs and entrap us in this weird addictive arrangement, makes that sort of attention economy an outrage economy, let's call it. It makes it more extensive and ubiquitous. Even Japan is going right wing, and their new potential leader seems kind of based also a metal drummer, sorry. So extra points. Yeah, I think Avalaba put a funny meme in Memes of Production just the other day of the new Axis of Evil Girl Boss edition. That was pretty funny. I think what's clever about the bourgeois is the following strategy. Let's take Ron, e.g., he kept on blaming all of his troubles on cultural Marxism when we have a similar analysis on cultural capitalism. Actually, I think we agreed on cultural Marxism too, 4AS. I was like, do you mean this by cultural Marxism? And he was like, yes, it's, postmodernism, basically, standing on the shoulders of Marxists or Marxism to try and reframe the conversation. And he was like, yeah, I agree with that. So we even agreed on it and it being a problem. People are blaming the same establishment, but just saying it's the other side of the political aisle's fault when you should be thinking up, down. Yes, the bourgeois definitely know divide and conquer. That's for sure. That's an old ruling elite trick, that is. Yeah, but I see millennials, I know, that see all the tax they pay, then see right-wing figures saying that all the tax funds goes into woke politics. I know guys that vote far right because they want less tax at the end of the day. They believe the government is corrupt, so we shouldn't be taxed as much. Yeah, fair enough. And again, I think there's a material basis for that type of stuff as well, in the sense that if you look at the way that international finance works, like a lot of countries around the world, because there's this kind of neoliberal, I want to say, belief around how you run your central banks or your federal reserves, like whatever type of central banking institution you have in your country. Like, you can print your own money, but everyone's scared of printing money because they think that's going to lead to an inflation crisis that we saw, that happened in Germany, that led to Nazism and all that sort of stuff. But, you can print your own money, you can control your own finances and your own liquidity. But we keep turning to the global finance market to fund all of our projects, and like we go further and further into debt. And so their idea, our political establishment, usually in the Western world and in the developed world, is to go into more debt and use debt to finance new projects and all that sort of stuff, instead of just printing money, which is what we have the ability to do as sovereign nations. We have financial structures where we can pay for our own shit, but we continually borrow money. And so, everyone thinks the government's corrupt. And, I would say that's just a formalized version of corruption, really. It's the financial capitalists of the world that, multinational corporations go around robbing everyone blind, developed nations and non-developed nations, through things like the IMF, or through societies and institutions that give out things like credit ratings. It's just a way that they can rob the taxpayer, the sovereign citizens of the world, and get their nations into debt traps. So they have to, yes, be taxed more than they should to pay off a country's debt, where it's questionable whether they should have even gone into that debt in the first place, if they have the ability to control their own finances, or at least their own monetary policy, if not their own finances. However, those rebellions in their own right are threats to the current agenda of America. So you're trolling that theory. That's funny. I got that one on my side. Ollie Atlas, I got that one. Voltaire, cultural Marxism refers to far-right anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that misrepresents Western Marxism, especially the Frankfurt School. Yeah, okay. But I think there is an element. Tax is theft, is what I see often. Yeah, and that's an old kind of anarchist and / libertarian notion anyway. Just kind of revived through people's dissatisfaction with the system currently. And they're not wrong to be dissatisfied. And you could argue, I reckon, that taxation is theft on like income taxing, because it really is just a way to squeeze the working class of the value that they create, or the compensation they get for their value creation. You could really just run economies based on taxing business and doing like commerce tax and all that sort of stuff. You wouldn't actually need really, but the way that the system is designed now, they wholly rely on their population to service their debts. And so, like, why are they taking on the debts in the first place? Honestly, cultural Marxism refers to a far right anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that misrepresents Western Marxism. That's funny. Well, look, there is, I would say, an argument to be made for cultural Marxism, which is an extension of Marx's teachings about material issues, and then the extension of material issues and layering of different levels of oppression and all that sort of stuff. And so taking Marxism, or the teachings of Karl Marx, I would say the lessons of Marx out of context, and then applying that to every form of marginalization and oppression that exists potentially out there. Western Marxism is seen as being responsible for modern progressive movements, identity politics, and political correctness. Well, like, identity politics goes both ways, right? Everybody gets to identify. So, like, they can blame whatever they want, these conspiracy theorists, but they're full of shit, if you ask me. Do the line dilemmas. Taxation is theft, but inflation is. I'm happy to pay taxes if they are used properly. What I don't like is the government racking up a trillion of debt within just half of my lifetime so far. See, this is what I'm talking about. Why are they doing that? Why do they have these institutions if they can't control and manage their own money supply? Why do we turn to the international market? I'll tell you why. Capitalism, baby. Capitalism. So, let us step back from the political analysis right now, which I'm happy to do. Don't get me wrong. But let's see what Brian has to say about Gen Z and what this really means from his tinfoil hat perspective that is incredibly well researched. And then we will discuss more about whether or not there is any legs to the idea that Gen Z might not be doing this on their own. Unbeknownst to them, they're being played by the American deep state that thrives off a global economy that is being held back. And like, you could argue that that's what capitalism does, and somebody has to be at the helm. And so it's the Americans at the moment, but anyone else in the same position would be doing the same thing. That would be a material take on that one, but that doesn't mean that it's not happening. So taxation without proper representation is theft. But realistically, most leftists want people to pay less tax. It's taxes on those who own everything. That's what we want to raise. Yeah. Rein us in, mysteries. No, I don't want to rein in anything. Like, keep talking about it, please. I would like to see what he has to say about Gen Z. In this case, we've seen part of what he said. Like, we've seen the Nepal case that he made, and it was quite clear that he was like, look, it's fully organized by the US. Followed the money. Here's the amount of money they spent in Nepal doing the exact same campaigns that they're protesting against, which was corruption and nepotism, I think it was. But what'll the men in suits do when these rebellions happen in their territories? That's interesting, because that's what I was saying in response to what you were talking about before, Ollie Atlas. Like, they're not doing it in an area that's, well, these Gen Z protests haven't occurred yet in areas that like affect advanced industrial countries, or Western countries specifically. Like, it's right next door to China. Like, Nepal shares a border. Philippines, definitely in the Chinese sphere of influence. Indonesia as well. Like, they've been cozying up for a while, the Chinese and the Indonesians. So are these destabilization efforts. And like, we know what how involved China is in Africa with the Belt and Road Initiative. And so, like, is this part of that same effort to destabilize the region? And I think Brian will tell us about that. But I still want to reserve hope for Gen Z, though. And if Gen Z in the developing world has more of a liberation bent to them, then we're just pissed off. So we're going to turn right wing and get more conservative. Then I have high hopes for them in terms of what they can do on their national levels. But beyond that, I don't know if they can do much because the machine is too large. Like, what are they going to do? Take on America's deep state? What are they going to do? Take on China? Like the countries outside of them, they're too big for them to do anything about. But they might be able to do great wins for themselves on a national level, and I hope them well in that regard. The more these happen, the more likely it is to occur in Western countries where civilians, especially the youth, are less than satisfied. Yeah. Yes, they are. They are, but the tone of the conversation so far, as people have pointed out, is that in Western countries, though, when the youth are less than satisfied, half of them split. So the ones with testicles split for the right wing, and the ones with ovaries seem to split for the left wing, I guess. So there's a differentiation between old lines of oppression there, between traditional values where men and women have defined roles and different positions in the dominant and oppressed grouping, and so they split along ideological grounds there. So when they see these Gen Z protests happening around the world, does that speak to them and say then they say, oh yeah, there is a lot of corruption out there in our political field. What? Just here to watch a trash fire. How you going? Yeah, are they looking at what's happening in the Gen Z revolutions in the developing world and saying, yeah, the economic situation is fucked. Let's just rally against the political establishment and get rid of corrupt politicians and nepotism and all of the things that define a capitalist society, or do they just turn harder into their ideological viewpoint and all of that? Oh, what up? LOL. Sorry. I can I just say, and I think everyone should take a moment to appreciate that's actually a trash fire in your profile picture, is it not? It looks like a bin's on fire. Tell me if I've got the optics on this one down pat. And welcome to the stream, by the way. Everyone's coming in on a Wednesday. That's interesting. I hope everyone enjoyed their public holiday. If you haven't been here and you were getting a public holiday on Monday, I hope you enjoyed that long weekend and it worked for you, not the other way around. Yes, it is. Good eyes, sir. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, I try. I try. There's some good fucking profile pictures around. Whilst I was typing away, I can see the little three dots going. The suspense is killing me. I want to see what it is before I move on. The suspense is killing me. But yes, let's listen to Brian. So if you're not sure about what I'm talking about and who Brian is, this is super philosophical. Yeah, I know, to start off the stream as well. Yeah, New Atlas is I don't know, is it a media organization or is it just one dude who they get out and they just analyze the American empire, basically, from a foreign policy perspective, as it looks like. Formerly land destroyer, providing geopolitical analysis from Eurasia. Oh, they're not even working within America. I wonder if they have to do that on purpose to survive. I wonder if that's real. Like non-compete, he works out of Vietnam. And I've heard like Hassan talking, I think, just like off the cuff about like, leaving America. He has to leave because, with his anti-capitalist views, anti-American views, he's going to rock up He's going to land himself in a Trump detention camp soon. Brian is based in Thailand. Yeah, what the fuck? That's interesting. I guess that's important for him because, like, they would have take him down. There's a few journalists I actually am starting to find now that I've noticed they speak about American politics. They're obviously American because of their accents and stuff, but they ain't going to be living there. That's too dangerous. That's way too dangerous. Volta, I think social media. Let me do it. I think social media has been the defining factor for this split. These kids grew up seeing a lot of feminist rhetoric on social media that demonizes all men and demonizes being white. Proof is by seeing the messaging of the popular figures that they turn to. Bro, look up the Atlas Network. What's the Atlas Network? It's not this. This is something else. What am I diving into here? Do I want to look up the Atlas Network? Is this American non-governmental organization supporting libertarian, free market, and conservative groups around the world? Ah, okay. So this is like a think tank, is it? It's a non-governmental 501 organization. Provides training, networking, and grants for libertarian, free market, and conservative groups around the world. Oh, wait, Dilemmas. Can you help write us some pitch for the Atlas Network so we can get some funding, and then we can spend a lot of money on this stream and start getting some more love and attention and spread the word, bro. Let's do it. You're a huge vajayjay to call yourself an activist and then leave your country when your country needs you the most. That's fucking hilarious. Vajayjay. I haven't heard that word in a while. It's said like that. Hey, mystery movement. It's not your stream today. / hashtag hijacked. Yeah, no, been fucking hijacked, bro. I just saw Atlas. Yeah, big think tank in Australia and New Zealand, based from America. See, this is the soft power. This is the soft power, man. This is how they control it from afar. I'm glad I only became politically minded from 2021 onwards. It was a simpler time, just going to work and living my life, but also makes me deeply understand how Aussies don't care for politics at all. I think generally people just are switched off. And I think that's an important part of the bourgeois system as well. They don't particularly want everyone involved in politics. They just want to be able to manage the economy and get people out of it, especially since we've got universal enfranchisement. They've tried to dumb people, push people away as much as they can about caring. Oh, it's just boring politics. You don't want to be involved in that. Didn't Hassan start out doing dating bro content on college campuses? Atlas Network won't like me. I'd have to praise Jesus or say being gay is wrong. Yeah, but like you could just tell them, pretend that you're a free market libertarian, and then write a pitch, and then we'll get some cash from the American taxpayer. They seem to not care, the American taxpayer. You know, Hassan Vosh destiny, in my opinion. Do a poll if people think Mystery Movement is a dirtbag left content creator or not. Slander my name. 4AS. Dirtbag left. Yeah, the dirtbag left. I used to always say, no matter who you vote for, you'll get a politician. That's a very Aussie outlook on things, isn't it? Very Aussie outlook. Hey, it doesn't matter. It's all the same in the end. Let's listen to Brian, shall we? Destiny greater than Vaush? So then Hassan and greater than Vaush, in my opinion. Wait, you like, are you saying bigger or greater? Like, oh, LOL. Okay. Right. You never. But if I pretend I wouldn't be truly libertarian, remember the true calling of a libertarian is to stick to your values no matter how much damage it does. Never Destiny. I hate his voice the mostest. Yeah, that is pretty funny. He does have an annoying fucking voice, doesn't he? That's the political equivalent of saying such is live. Yes. I haven't seen that tattooed on enough people. They probably have no idea the origins of that quote. It has the depth of a puddle. Hey, puddles, it's all relative, right? It's all relative to those who like it. The only person I remember voting for Kevin '07, and I think because it was a catchy tag, and he said something about legalizing weed. Hey, he's got my vote for that reason. Oh my god, do I need to show everyone the Vorsh lolly corn video again? Yeah, actually, did Vorsh get in trouble for stuff as well? Apparently he got in trouble for being implicated in like kitty corn or something. I'm aware of the horse lolly, but he still beats Destiny. He's a piece of shit that does more than Hassan though. I feel Hassan is too performative. Still watch his stuff, but I feel he could do so much better. If you have cells running around up there, you'll see that it has the depth of spilled water on hot concrete. Evaporating quickly is the insinuation. Yeah, but he doesn't beat Hassan, bro. All right. I'm going over to Brian. You guys can continue the discussion on who's the worst. Or Vosh having horse corn on his stream during a live stream? No way. All right. That's crazy. All right. I'm going to listen to Brian.
US sows chaos across Asia as it. I've written another article for New Eastern Outlook. It is titled US sows chaos across Asia as it aims for China. And I have talked about this endlessly since it was published back in February. This was then US Secretary of Defense, because now it's called the Department of War. He is the Secretary of War. He talked all about how the United States was going to shift all of the responsibilities, the resources necessary, all of the risks involved in its proxy war against Russia onto Europe so that it could pivot toward China and its obsession with controlling the Indo-Pacific region, which again, if you look on a globe, it is on the other side of the planet from where the US is actually located.
I love his style of sarcasm as well. Like, he's almost not being sarcastic. Almost. Because he truly, really wants it to burn. But it's still funny. Because, he's just a little bit sly. Oh my god. Vosh defends CP and pedophilia. Oh my god. Okay, I didn't want to have to be the one to tell you guys, but the man is not better than Hassan. Wow. Oh my god. That's awful. I heard rumors of this. I didn't know. I didn't know he went there. He went there.
That is what they said they were going to do, and they have been doing this. They have been shifting everything onto Europe. The US is still absolutely running this proxy war against Russia in Ukraine. They're just asking Europe to pay more for it, to get more deeply involved and to assume the responsibility for the conflict and also the potential consequences of continuing this conflict, absolving the US of responsibility and the consequences. And this includes telling Europe they're sending troops into Ukraine to freeze the conflict. And if it goes bad, it's not going to be under NATO and Article 5. So again, the US, the consequences become Europe and Europe's alone. And much more recently, and I'm going to talk about this in the article.
So if this is true, right, let's just say he's right. He's like, Hegseth as the Secretary of War, all hail Hegseth, is and Trump have been pressuring the Europeans to ramp up their military spending in order to take further responsibility for their own security interests in continental Europe against the threat of Russia. And they can coerce them into just spending more and then doing the fighting, like going and sending troops outside of their NATO agreement. And then that doesn't implicate the US at all. And the US can just be like, well, you guys did it on your own, like kind of thing. You ramped up your military spending and then just went over and fought Russia. And we didn't do it under Article 5 of the NATO, like of the treaties. So, like, I'm not coming over to help you guys. You did this on your own, Europe, and you guys have to deal with it. But I'll sell you weapons because it's good for our military industrial complex. Can't Europe see that? Like, if I was the Europeans and I was going to be like, no, we need to step up the war with Russia because it's in our interests, and Russia have been kind of giving like golden tickets to do that by saying, like, by doing things like sending fighter jets over Romania, and sending drones into Polish airspace and Estonian airspace and all that sort of stuff. Why wouldn't you just invoke Article 5 and then you'd force the Americans into a position politically where they have to announce to the world, no, I'm not supporting Europe. Europe is on their own, because that's what he's talking about anyway. They want Europe to increase their spending and go and fight Russia without American assistance. So, like, just call America out on its bullshit then, if you're European. Or maybe they're too scared of calling the US out, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they're just too scared to do it.
Article, Secretary Hegseth was talking about dumping Ukraine onto Europe and then focusing on Asia. So let's talk about what's going on in Asia now. So the conflict is being dumped onto Europe. The Ukraine conflict is being dumped onto Europe, and the U.S. is pivoting toward Asia. And this process is now visibly manifesting itself. In May 2025, U.S. Secretary of Defense, now called the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, warned the world the U.S. was in the process of implementing a division of labor in both Europe and the Middle East while pivoting its attention and all of the interference, instability, conflict, and even war that comes with it towards Asia. And that is here. All of this will be in the video description below. This is remarks by Secretary of Defense, now Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth at the 2025 Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore. This is sponsored by a UK-based arms industry-funded think tank, May 31st, 2025. More specifically, Secretary Hegseth stated, "We are reorienting toward deterring aggression by communist China." By deterring aggression by communist China, Secretary Hegseth meant preventing China from defending itself and the stability of the region it is located in from Washington's attempt to maintain primacy over Asia from the other side of the planet. That's what they actually mean. The U.S. is in the Western Hemisphere. China is on the other side of the planet. If you have a globe, you have to fully turn it 180 degrees to see where China is in relationship to the United States. The U.S. insists that it should maintain primacy over Asia. It's an important region of the world. It should have its say in whatever goes on in Asia.
Now, you can argue there's a material basis for this as well. So, like, I like to know what people's thoughts are on that. But Asia is pivoting to be the new developing market, and like in developing markets for a capitalist system that's gone global, that's where the value is created, the real value. So like you have cheaper labor, but you also have basically blossoming industry, and industry is where value is created. It's not like financial market speculation. It's actually where people make shit and use their labor power to make stuff in industry, and then that gets packed up and sent around the world. So Asia is pinned to be the new industrial center of the modern world. And so you have people talking all the time about like Vietnam, for instance. Vietnam is actually taking away a lot of the industrial capacity of China. China has plans to be like the Americans or like the British, to be a financial capitalist country that uses its incredible power through its financial coercion to, basically have capital that flies around the world investing places instead of actually being the producing element of the capitalist system. And so as Asia has a massive population, has good potential, is, very much, it's not a landlocked place, it's a series of island chains, really. It has the ability to kind of produce the value that the world will need going into the next, I don't know, century, really. And so so if America is turning its eye, the evil eye, away from the old world, so Europe, let them figure out their squabbling and let them do it amongst themselves. It's a disaster zone, really, and it's just going to tear itself apart. It's lovely for tourism, but it doesn't have any productive value. China's moving and deindustrializing, or will eventually turn to more high tech industry and deindustrialize the working and the light industry stuff, and that'll get sent out throughout Southeast Asia and maybe through India, maybe the subcontinent as well. Then, yeah, America's interests in controlling Asia are not just about China containment exactly, but about ensuring that they have control over that industrial capacity, and especially, wrestling that off the Chinese. But they want to make sure that they're financing and controlling that, because that's going to be where all the value in the capitalist world is being made. Very interesting. America just wants their resources. Take them away from China. Yeah, silly guy. The earth is flat. Yeah, and it's just like, if you have to do it, you have to turn the globe all the way around. Yeah, dumbass. Doesn't he know the earth is flat? The instincts of a superpower empire is to maintain their influence in the world however they can. But I think they understand, though, in a world where they don't have supreme technological power anymore. Before, they could control the entire world. After World War II, like, undisputed. They could have the entire world, no problem, that kind of thing. But now, there are people that can compete with them and agitate and cause problems for the American reach. But now they got to figure out what are the important places, the strategically important places for them to dominate. I think Asia it makes sense. Like, Africa hasn't developed in the same way that Asia has. It has the population, has the resources, all that sort of stuff. So it has labor and it has the resources. It has a huge market, but Asia has a consumer base. It has production capacity now, and it has resources. It has all of these things that it can be put together to make it the new industrial center of the modern world. Asia has a lot of green land. Capitalism will strip that land dry if an outside is at the helm. When we destroy the land everywhere else, capital will set its eyes on the green places that are left. Yeah, after Asia, and then I'm assuming, where do you go? Like, maybe you go to the African nations at that point. Maybe you destroy the rest of what's left of South America, I guess. Maybe by that time, the North Pole has completely disappeared. The Arctic region has melted, and the entirety of Greenland is unlocked. I don't know. Maybe there'll be new areas. I don't know. I've been saying Trump just wants all the resource and all the rare earths for ages. I keep saying the same thing, damn it. He wants all the rare earths, all of it. Yeah, he does. Again, in a world where things are a little bit more like difficult to manage, you're gonna have to pick which part, like pick a region at a time to control and suppress, as opposed to just taking the whole world. That's just selfish. Let somebody else have a turn.
And this is just a continuation of Western imperialism that has spanned centuries. Among the manufactured threats Secretary Hegseth cited as justification for U.S. meddling in the Asia-Pacific, which they refer to as the Indo-Pacific, was China invading Taiwan. We hear about this often, and a lot of people who generally agree with my work will say, but Brian, Taiwan isn't part of China. The People's Republic of China had never had any sort of control over Taiwan. Taiwan's economy is dependent on the whole rest of China. It would not exist as it does right now if it wasn't already partially integrated with the rest of China. So that argument.
I wanna fact check him on this one. What do you reckon, Avalava, if you're listening? Do you reckon Brian's telling porcupines there? It makes sense, though, that they would be completely dependent on China, right? It's in such proximity, but like the entire world is dependent on China's economy, right? They do all the production. Like, you want to talk about rare earths dilemmas? Like, no one gets rare earths unless China fronts the cost. I'm listening, kinda. Yeah, fair enough. Sorry, do your work. Service capital, you poor bastard. Um, is Taiwan's economy completely dependent on China to survive? He just said, look, all those people that think that Taiwan is independent from China, check yourself because China basically supports Taiwan's entire economy anyway. So you don't have a Taiwan without China. So reunification isn't as much of an issue as you think it is. So calm your farm, basically. I think he said Asia. Oh, I thought he was talking about the actual reunification thing as a justification.
China. The People's Republic of China had never had any sort of control over Taiwan. Taiwan's economy is dependent on the whole rest of China. It would not exist as it does right now if it wasn't already partially integrated with the rest of China.
Yeah. He's saying, I'm pretty sure he's saying like it's Taiwan is basically China anyway, economically. So who cares? China, including Hong Kong, accounts for roughly 30 to 35% of Taiwan's total exports. Exports. Most of these exports are intermediate goods. Not completely, but China is both Taiwan's biggest trading partner and its biggest economic risk. Taiwan imports from China make up around 20% of its total imports, mostly raw materials so where does it get its food from? That's the main thing. How do you feed your people? Like first of all, let's go to that. Where does Taiwan get its food from? Taiwan produces about 30 to 35% of total food supply domestically. That's pretty good. That's not bad, actually. The remaining 70% roughly is imported, making it heavily reliant on foreign trade. For its population of about 23 million people. Locally grown oh my God, rice, fruits, pork, and poultry. Oh, they're definitely Chinese. Tea and specialty crops. United States for meat, Australia, New Zealand, of course. I was wondering how we factored in there. Grain feeds, United States, Brazil, Canada. It's basically integrated into the world system, right? Oh, what happened? I wonder why that happened. If you're watching this on TikTok and you wonder what we're doing and looking at and all that sort of stuff, there's a YouTube link in my bio. Go over to YouTube and then you can actually see the whole thing, unless you just like hearing my voice. Yeah, in the same way that New Zealand is dependent on Australia's economy. So, if I'm reading between the lines of what you're saying, Avalapa, like it's just a matter of time before we invade and take New Zealand. I hope you're listening to that, Volta Turk, because we're coming for you, bro. We're coming. We're like the Manly ferry right now. They're actually decking out the ferries that, go around Sydney Harbour. They're decking it out so they can take tanks. And once they're ready, we're coming with our tanks and we're coming to take New Zealand. That's happening, bro. We go down, so do they. China uses this dependence as a tactic. So they seem to be less, like, it just seems to be a pretty typical kind of globalized world distribution here. Direct imports from China are relatively small for food, but like their industry it would seem, is pretty tied to China. But like everyone is tied to China for their industry, right? Everyone's tied. So like Brian's made a little bit of an overarching kind of statement there, which I'm surprised at Brian for, because he's so sarcastic. Someone with that much sarcasm is always right usually, because they're just so confident. So, is Taiwan dependent? Economically intertwined? Yes, heavily, especially in trade and manufacturing. Completely dependent? No. Taiwan's strategic industries, financial systems, and key export markets are global. Vulnerable to Chinese economic pressure? Yes, just like the rest of the world. China can disrupt certain sectors, but it cannot cripple Taiwan's economy without harming its own supply chains. Hey, who would have thought? Capitalism strikes back, man. Everybody loses in a trade war, man. I wouldn't mind. Going to New Zealand should be so much cheaper. Yeah, no, it is too expensive to go to New Zealand, so we should invade them, so we can go to the snow for a lot less. Thankfully, China doesn't have any kind of motivation to encroach on other countries militarily. Well, not if you listen to the Western media, Avalava. So I don't know where you got that idea from, but how dare you? Yeah. Sankara would be proud. Our agricultural practices need to change. There are answers to fix this problem, but capitalism requires monocropping type system, produce quantity without quality that is damaging for the planet. Mm-hmm. Yes. Taiwan, the size of Tasmania, the population of Australia, and they have high speed rail. Oh my god. Hey, they must have got that from the Chinese, right? NZ has a great green belt that is useful for growing food, but with factory farming type practices, the land is slowly getting deteriorated. I think the minimum wage in Taiwan is like $8 an hour. Oh, we have to look at that. The evidence for working class oppression that was put in the "you wouldn't read about" section in Discord. Go and have a look at it. Someone's like tabulated how much it actually costs to be a working person to actually exist in the world, and then like how much we actually get paid in wages to prove like kind of Marxist analysis of capitalism and class oppression. He who feeds you imposes his will on you. How's that for a quote? Why do we need to invade? We already run the show. Take that, NZ. Not enough fish and chips to bribe us either, so don't even try. Man, there's so much racism in the stream today. Azio told me China is the enemy. Well, just like the Iran report, they're not wrong. Azio's never wrong. They're never politically motivated.
So that argument really doesn't work. What has happened is the U.S. has politically captured the administration, even though the economy is being integrated with the rest of China. The administration itself is artificially isolated from the rest of China because the U.S. politically captures it, has capture of it, is arming it and encouraging it to commit to separatism. And so that is the reality of what is going on in Taiwan. Taiwan.
Again, pretty crazy. Those costs in that post were understated. Yeah. And like, that's just light. You got to read that stuff. I might do it later, actually, once we finish with Brian. Our biggest investor in our country is Australia. Then it's US, then China. Our bank's a majority Australian. Oh, fucking hell. It's not racism when it's Aussies versus Kiwis. Yeah, I know. I was just taking the piss. But like, why not? We never get to joke about racism. It's always too touchy, that topic. Just because they are the enemy doesn't mean that they aren't the bad guys. They are the bad guys in the war. Ooh. Eh? Aussie racism is funny. American racism involves big pointy hats. That's a really good point, actually. That's pretty funny. Oh, yeah, war is coming. 2 years to go. Yeah, get your calendars out. 2027 is the date. Now, what he's saying here is kind of true and not really. Like, America is backing separatist interests in Taiwan. Now, I've been actually looking kind of into the history of Taiwan recently. And what is actually quite interesting is, as we all know, the opium trade was huge in China. Things like the opium wars, all that sort of stuff that was happening when the colonial Western powers, imperialist powers were coming in and dominating China and basically making a mockery of their high civilization, the century of humiliation, etc., etc. But the opium trade was huge until basically World War II, really. And then the communists, as they started rising and destabilizing China a bit, it interrupted world opium supplies. And the Americans, up until World War II, were making bank, with the French, the French, the English, all that. But the Americans specifically will make bank on the opium trade. And guess who it was that was assisting the Americans? The KMT, the Kuomintang, through Chiang Kai-shek. And so when Chiang Kai-shek lost out to the communists as they destabilized the region for all of these imperial and colonial powers. He fucked off to Taiwan, and the Americans backed him there so they could continue the opium trade. And so Taiwan's legacy through the KMT is backed in the American desire to continue their imperial interests or, yeah, offshore business ventures in the opium trade. And so a lot of the money that the KMT were getting to help support their rise back on mainland China and their fight against the communists eventually was actually coming through people that were continuing the opium trade and continuing that sort of that business model. And so Taiwan is kind of founded in drug money to a certain extent. And when he talks about the Americans fueling separatist movements, it's not just because they're doing that recently, because it's topical at the moment and everyone's talking about World War III. They've been doing that from the get-go because they wanted someone near mainland China so they could continue having that regional linkage, so they could continue spreading opium around the world. And the CIA, or the forerunner to the CIA, the OSS, I'm pretty sure it was called, and affiliates to that organization were instrumental in helping develop Taiwan. So Taiwan's separatism has been backed by US interests for a long time and by intelligence services from the US for a long time because of drugs, the drug trade. Crazy shit. So he's not wrong that the Americans have an interest in the separatist movement, but that separatist movement is what, 80 years old, that backing, longer?
Taiwan is recognized both under international law and even by the US State Department itself as part of one China. And if you go to the US State Department's official website, they had a web page titled US Relations with Taiwan, and it even literally says down here, we do not support Taiwan independence. But of course, this is archived. This page no longer exists because the US is retroactively rewriting its own stance on Taiwan. So you can see who is actually the one creating the problem here. It is not China. It is the United States, and they're doing it deliberately. They're doing it very maliciously. So the website under US Relations with Taiwan, it states explicitly that the United States approach to Taiwan has remained consistent across decades and administrations. The US has a long-standing one China policy. That means there's only one China. Taiwan is part of China. There's only one recognized government of China, and that's the People's Republic of China, based in Beijing. And like I just showed you, it also says we do not support Taiwan independence. But in practice, however, the United States maintains the political capture of Taiwan's local administration, arms and politically supports it while encouraging it to pursue separatism from the rest of China. So it's very similar to what the US did in Ukraine vis-a-vis Russia, only much worse because Taiwan is actually part of China. So it's carving a part of China off. And that makes it much worse. Ukraine at least was a sovereign country, whatever its relationship was with the Soviet Union and Russia in the past. But the US definitely did overthrow the government there and then create a national security threat to Russia right on its border. This is much worse what the US is doing to China in China on the island province of Taiwan. This, not Chinese aggression, is at the root of US-Chinese tensions, a modern-day continuation of Western colonialism over the Asia-Pacific region spanning generations. China's growing economic and military power threatens to overturn centuries of Western hegemony. So it isn't about, well, we're worried China's going to take over the world. It's a fear that China's rise is going to stop the collective West from exercising control over the rest of the earth. That is what their true fear actually is. This is the true threat Washington is.
I don't care about nationalism. I don't care about who owns us. What matters is the living standards for the majority. That's interesting and quite timely for what he's talking about as well, right? The Chinese just want to reunify. And that's what the Taiwanese say as well. They see themselves as Chinese and they do want to reunify, but it's on whose terms do they reunify? So no one cares who really owns us as long as they reunify. That's the general spiel that comes out of the Taiwanese and the Chinese. They just want, they both recognize they're Chinese. There's a bit of obviously a dispute about who should own who, or who should be in control. Should it be their those dirty commies, or should it be the Republican style, the bourgeois style of politics that takes over in that regard? But yeah, interesting claims here. I'm sure everyone's acquainted with this topic, but basically what he is talking about is that if you're worried about World War III, there is no worry from the perspective of the Chinese. If you think that the Chinese are going to start World War III to take Taiwan, or like they're so belligerent or aggressive that they do want to take over the world, there really is no historical backing for that. It's not actually a real problem to be grappling with. It's the Western powers, the existing capitalist forces, I guess you would say, that have controlled the world for a long time, that are a bit worried about China kind of taking Taiwan and becoming more and more independent. They want to be able to control everyone, and China is seeking its independence on the world. You got censored? Shame on you. How dare you? I wonder what you said. He has the same dead eyes. What's this? This guy looks and sounds like those white guys the CPR pays to spread CRP pays to spread propaganda. Hey, your message is being checked by the mods. Oh, you got modded. Shame on you. I'm gonna let it through. I didn't really sound that bad, to be honest. I wonder why you got modded for that. People don't usually get modded by Twitch, so you take the mantle there. Congratulations. This guy sounds like those white guys the CRP pays to spread propaganda. Well, he's independent, apparently. We'll find out.
Reacting to not unwarranted Chinese influence over its own region of the world, but the irreversible end of America's unwarranted influence over the opposite side of the planet. So again, the US has no business being here in Asia on the other side of the planet from where its actual country is located, and dictating to people in Asia how they're going to live their lives and how they're going to run their own affairs. The United States would not accept another nation doing it to them in the Western Hemisphere. Why should anyone accept the US doing it to them in their hemisphere? So let's talk about turning Asia upside down. Despite hallucinations, there was this, you remember this article from Politico, Pentagon plan prioritizes homeland over China threat. And people were reading this Politico article, which if you actually read the whole article, it even says, maybe the US will withdraw something from here or there, but then they asked the Trump administration, they said, well, maybe we'll actually send more troops. This is an ambiguous, and even the article, the substance of the article itself undermines the entire premise. And this is the exact same thing as President Barack Obama says he's going to pivot to Asia, which means the US is going to withdraw from the Middle East. Did the United States withdraw from the Middle East? No. They continued burning that all to the ground, murdering tens of thousands of people, destroying entire countries. They also were pivoting toward Asia. So it's not this or that, it's this and now that. It does not mean abandoning American primacy around the globe. It simply means a possible change in priorities, possibly, but probably not even. So despite hallucinations of a US retreating from Asia under the current Trump administration, the US is right now, in the middle of a region-wide destabilization carried out by the various tools of US political coercion and capture, namely the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, USAID programs, now continuing more quietly under the State Department. And we know that because they said it themselves. USAID officially shuts down and merges remaining operations with State Department. So what the USAID was doing on its own, it's now being done under the State Department. It's not going away. It was simply hidden more carefully.
I was wondering how they were going to resolve that. Who's listening to that? Who's paying attention to that particular one? I was always wondering, how are the US going to deal with taking away the incredible political machinery and global domination network that the USAID was. It wasn't just a vehicle for spreading aid and money around the country. It was soft power. They were helping influence other countries and destabilizing other countries, or influencing the politics, let's just say, of other countries through the USAID. And, soft power. Hey, we'll give you some of this, but like make sure you do some of that, or make sure you allow our people to come in and set up these organizations, or allow these NGOs in, and like all you have to do, and we'll give you some medical supplies, or we'll give you some financial support, or some aid relief, or something like that. That was how they were using USAID to spread American influence. And I was wondering, how the fuck were they going to resolve that? Like Trump and the boys coming in what was it, like it was really early on, like in February or something like that. They came in and ripped out USAID and took it all away. But it's such an important vehicle for America's kind of imperialist intentions. I was wondering how they resolve that. They've just shifted that element of the propaganda machine and soft power to the State Department. I guess that's where it should live anyway, right? The State Department deals with foreign affairs, so it makes sense. People living without the trivium, unaware of the gift their ancestors have given them, it's been hidden. But to get the facts, you got to grab your whip and hat and coat and dig like Indiana Jones. And we're doing some digging here. Melbourne universities were getting USAID money. Wow. Like, see, isn't it crazy how the tentacles spread across the world? And like the soft power comes in many forms. It's a little bit here, it's a little bit there, whispering over here, funding this organization over there. That's what I'm saying. Like, if we go to a libertarian fund, like what was it? Something Atlas, we could get some funding. We just have to prove that we're going to spread American propaganda, and then we can do our own propaganda machine. And they'll just check in on us from time to time. But it's all through the State Department now. That makes a lot of sense.
That's all they did. And they did the exact same thing with the National Endowment for Democracy. They did not close it down. Its website is still up. You can still go to the website and read all about the NED. And you can read the part where they changed their policy. They're no longer going to disclose who they're sending their money to. They're just going to give very general descriptions of programs they're funding in targeted countries, and that's it. No more transparency into who that money is going to. So it is a continuation of U.S. interference worldwide. They're just doing it less transparently now.
The Chicago boys knew a bit about USAID. Is that true? Did they use it like for what? Their experimentation in like South America and stuff like that? Is that what they were using it for? The thing with the pivot to Asia is that it really depends on how you interpret Asia. The Middle East is a colonial term invented because it was midway to the east from London. Historically, the area has always been known as Asia Minor, so technically it's West Asia in the modern context. So Obama's pivot to Asia can easily be interpreted to mean secure Afghanistan rather than leave. Interesting. It was used to support overthrowing Allende in Chile, yeah, and a number of other Latin American governments during that era. Yeah, I thought that's what you were referring to. And the Chicago boys came in with their neoliberal tactics. They were like, "We'll save you," and then Pinochet got to power and was the test ground for some neoliberal tactics. Bibi is paying $7,000 per social media post allegedly. Yes, we were reading about that the other day. In Europe, paying $7,000 or thousands of dollars for social media posts that are in support of Israel. Sky News headlines: when Trump does it, Trump exercises soft power. When Albo does it, Albo is soft on power. That's interesting. I wonder if like our version of all of this is what Albo's doing at the moment with PNG. That's our soft power right there. We'll spend some money rebuilding part of, I don't know, the Parliament House for the Papua New Guineans in exchange for their complete loyalty and security arrangements. Especially Bagram Air Base is pivotal to the dominance of Asian airspace for the Americans. Yes. and apparently to help potentially Israel too. They want Bagram back, just in case the Pakistanis use their nuclear warheads against someone like Israel because they're defending their security partners, Saudi Arabia. You can shoot that down from Bagram much easier. Let's just give a shout out to communism. Getting Castro's song elected to Canadian PM was pretty impressive. Castro's song? Have you written that right, or am I just not understanding the reference? I would like to know more.
Which makes it even more malicious than it already was. So despite hallucinations of the US retreating from Asia under the current Trump administration, the US is in the middle of region-wide destabilization carried out by the various tools of US political coercion and capture, namely the NED, USA. It's all continuing quietly under the State Department itself. And there's also, of course, the adjacent Western foundations like George Soros' Open Society Foundations, the Omidyar. There's many of them. Ford Foundation, Rockefeller, they're all still out there funding programs as intermediaries of US CIA money going into regime change operations, influence operations around the globe. Much in the same way the US targeted North Africa and the Middle East during the Arab Spring. Again, there's a mountain of evidence proving the US was behind the Arab Spring, but then the US...
This still upsets me, Avalava, when he talks about this. Again, so many like Marxists that I know like just get wet over the Arab Spring about this being a revolutionary event, get so moist over the Arab Spring, and Brian's just like, come on, man, it's just a color. It's just a color revolution. It's just American intervention. Come on, wake up to yourself. Say it. Say the line, Mr. E. Yeah, I know, right? My desire to know intensifies. So good. The GIF one, like he's shaking. That was better. Oh, sorry. Castro's son elected to Canadian PM was pretty impressive. Get out. What are you talking about? Hey, this is a joke, right? Dilemmas. It's not real. Yeah, it's shocking to me too. Still. It's depressing. No one gets to have revolutions anymore. It's just always the US backing it. It's really depressing.
Even admitted they were behind it, and they explained that they engineered it years in advance. There were programs going all the way back to 2008, and I showed how these were actually annual. It wasn't just a single meeting in 2008. They were annual meetings in the West, outside of these countries. All of these agitators would be trained and equipped and funded by the US State Department, Google, Facebook, Twitter, all of these IT companies and social media platforms. And then they would go back to their respective countries. And then when it was time, when the conditions were favorable, they triggered the region-wide Arab Spring, which burned the whole region to the ground. And literal countries just ceased to exist as functioning nation states. Libya, now Syria, Yemen, for all intents and purposes, and all the other countries caught up in the middle of it are still recovering from all of that. All of these protests that at the time people argued with me were organic, spontaneous, hijacked possibly by the US. No, they were engineered years in advance, and they did exactly what the US intended them to do: destabilize and destroy the region and deny a re-emerging Russia and a rising China partners that could cooperate with these emerging global powers to their fullest potential. The US has essentially crippled development across the North African, Middle Eastern region. And now they're trying to do the same thing here in Asia. So much in the same way they engineered...
That's an important point as well, like crippling countries that are developing so they don't, you know, develop industry basically and advance to a certain level is a tactic of capitalism, because you do want the circulation of labor and the flow of goods and resources. Even, I hate saying it, but like human capital, like you want the circulation of people as well to move around. If you have too many people developing all over the place, then you kind of lose your edge, and like stops flowing into the interior of the imperial core. And so you keep places undeveloped so you can use them for cheap labor. You can exploit them for cheap labor. You can take the resources off them easier, and then you can supply the industry where the industry is already existing, as opposed to having it actually competing with industry in other countries. So like he's right. Like if you're going to destabilize an entire region, it just helps out the existing advanced countries. That's why so many places that have advanced have taken on ideologies like being communists and all that sort of stuff, because all they wanted to do was industrialize. They wanted a chance to advance their countries. And so they took on militant communist ideologies so they could protect themselves from capitalist interests just for long enough so they could establish industry. Once they've established industry, they completely changed, I think, in terms of their ideological positions, but they were able to get the break and establish industry because the powers of the established advanced industrial nations out there, we're never going to let them advance and just be like, oh, come and join the ranks of, of wealthy industrial society. No, 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 no. You suppress as many people around the world. You stop them from developing, because that makes sure the wealth is concentrated back towards your country. And especially the way that these countries work now, like, New York, or sorry, these countries work now, and they have financial hubs. They're financial hubs for capital flight and capital movement, investment, foreign investment to and fro out of the empire or the imperial core and out to the peripheries. You need to make sure that not everyone is developing, and only in rare circumstances do you let them get away with it, like in Cuba or something like that. Look at the picture of Trudeau and Castro side by side. Just saying, Trudeau's mum is also said to have been in Cuba around the same time. You mean like pushing climate change policies on Africa so they can't burn coal and have their first industrial revolution so they remain poor and ripe for exploitation? Yeah, you're probably right with that one. If that's part of the rhetoric that stops them developing dilemmas, then yeah, that's it. That's an interesting point. And like I would argue that not allowing people to develop their industry is definitely subjugating them and making sure that they stay in a state where they can be exploited by larger players on the global stage. LOL, people think Trudeau is Castro's love child. I didn't know this. I didn't know this. Where did this come from? I've not heard this one before. Supposedly his mum dated Castro. Solar Bear, I didn't even know you were in the house. Welcome. This is some awesome conspiracy stuff. I wonder if that's true. So if I Trudeau and Castro, if I do, if I Google, let's check out Trudeau's mum. Yeah, Mrs. Trudeau. Is that who we're talking about here? Oh my God, is this the one? Castro and Trudeau. Trudeau to reaffirm Canada's ties to Cuba. Hey, there we go. Dun dun dun. If you put a cigar hanging out of that mouth, there it is. There it is. You have to look at Trudeau side by side with Castro. Okay. This is hilarious. It's so good. Father, father. Oh, that one's damning, isn't it? Eh? They're basically the same person. uh, Yeah, 100%, bro. They're the same person. The genetic ties are strong. Look at that. The Photoshop work. It's so good. Def has that noggin. Yeah, Trudeau. Father. So good. This is great. Have you read or heard about Thomas Sankara and the birth of Burkina Faso? A lot of what you're saying echoes his sentiments. No, I haven't heard about Thomas Sankara, no. I'm pretty sure Obama and Bush are related as well. Yes, they are, apparently. They are, but it's like their fifth or sixth cousin or something like that. Like they're related, but like it's so far removed. Yeah, they're cousins somehow, like ages and ages away. Yeah. Not as close as these two. Hey? My God. All right. Lovely diversion. Thanks. There's no way each of us could make any significant change individually. I missed that one. I wonder what that was in relation to.
Arab Spring in 2011. They are now targeting first Indonesia with deadly riots disrupting the new BRICS members' participation in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. That took place in early September. The president of Indonesia wasn't even able to attend because of the riots, very violent riots. Then toppling the government of Nepal right on India and China's borders with equally deadly violence.
That's an interesting call, isn't it? That's a really interesting call, actually. Is Indonesia part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization? And has Indonesia been accepted as a full member into BRICS? Also, was the recent Indonesian protests a reason that the Indonesian president couldn't attend the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting? Is that what it's called? The Shanghai Cooperation Organization?
Government of 10. That's disrupting the new BRICS members' participation in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization.
Yeah. No, Indonesia is not a full member of the SCO. It has been participating, but more limited. Indonesia was invited to the recent SCO Heads of State Council meeting in Tianjin as guest of the chair. The foreign minister represented Indonesia at that meeting in place of President Subianto. Indonesia has not been listed among the full 10 members. Okay, so Indonesia is moving closer to Chinese, what's the word? Influence, I guess you would say, potentially. Yes, Indonesia has been accepted as a full member of BRICS. Oh, at 2023 meeting. However, formal admission was delayed until Indonesia formed its new government. Was the recent Indonesian protest the reason why President could not attend? Yes, the domestic protest played a major role in President Subianto's decision not to attend. Interesting. Hey, Brian, we're fact-checking you, bro. He's holding up. He's holding up, man. I'll send you some things, basically the African version of Shay, but he actually took power. Very violent riots, mostly peaceful protests. I'm getting confused what these terms mean. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Yeah, very funny. I guess it depends how you frame the conversation or how you want to paint the picture.
That took place in early September. The president of Indonesia wasn't even able to attend because of the riots, very violent riots. Then toppling the government of Nepal right on India and China's borders with equally deadly violence, and more recently targeting both the Philippines and border regions of India itself with the same, they're calling it Gen Z branded unrest. And by doing so, the US is shaping the region as part of a continued effort to encircle, contain, and undermine China itself, and maybe to a certain extent coerce and threaten India. Those married to the illusion of an America retreating from Asia have attempted to sell this recent unrest across Asia as organic and spontaneous, despite extensive evidence of US NED-funded organizations both leading and promoting the protests, and an interim government taking shape right now in Nepal, in which half of the 8 ministers announced by mid-September being drawn from US NED-funded fronts, many of which these interim ministers actually founded or directed. So these weren't people working in the mailroom for a week during the summer when they were high school students. They founded these fronts, these fake NGOs. They were directing them. They were on the board of directors, and they were getting their money from USAID, the National Endowment for Democracy, Open Society, the same collection of organizations the US uses to fund regime change all around the globe. And so I list them all. I list these 4, and just look at how extensively compromised these new ministers are in Nepal, just so you understand that this isn't a difference in opinion. There is verified evidence that these were US engineered, and that the interim government taking office is likewise compromised by US government funded and backed opposition figures. So these ministers include Om Prakash Aryal, appointed Minister of Home Affairs. He served as a member advocate of the USAID, NED, and Open Society funded Justice and Rights Institute. And just the name itself should be a clue to you. And here's the website, and you notice that I had to show you the archived version because after I exposed them, they promptly deleted his profile off their website. And then down here, they explain their partnerships, and the International Republican Institute is a subsidiary of the NED. It is essentially the NED. The Asia Foundation is literally part of it's a CIA operation. I'll show you that right here. The Asia Foundation, right here, first sentence, a Central Intelligence Agency proprietary, okay? And why did they create it? It was established in 1954 to undertake cultural and educational activities on behalf of the United States government in ways not open to official US agencies, okay? So they're laundering money. They're laundering money to interfere in a targeted country, and they try to do it in a way that makes it look benign or even helpful or in the form of humanitarian assistance, but it is the CIA meddling in a targeted country. So that is...
Maybe the CIA just cares about politics, justice, and rights for other people around the world. Just saying. Just going to play devil's advocate here. Why can't the CIA just care about people and want to set up its own NGOs that can't be done through official channels? Right? Why the speculation?
Prakash Aryal, appointed Minister of Home Affairs. He was a member advocate of Justice and Rights Institute, funded by all these US government fronts that launder US government money into organizations like this, meant to undermine and overthrow the sovereignty of a targeted country. There's also Jagadish Karel. He's appointed Minister of Communication and IT, and this is him right here. This is his profile right here, Media Helpline, and USAID, okay, USAID. And all these other, British Council, all of these others should all be warning signs, but the USAID is the obvious connection straight to the US government. Then we have, and he founded that. That was his little side project that he was getting US government money for. And then we have Mahar Pan, appointed Minister of Education, Science and Technology, and he was a director at the USAID-funded National Innovation Center. So right here he is. This is all the USAID money that they get. This is just what you can find, obviously, openly on their website. And Prasad Pariyar, appointed Minister of Agriculture, who directed the U.S. aid, NED, and again, also CIA proprietary, the Asia Foundation and Open Society funded Samara Foundation. Right here. This is the Samara Foundation. And you can see they like tried to white it out so you can't see them. But the Asia Foundation, which again, CIA, the National Endowment for Democracy, the IRI, which is a subsidiary of the National Endowment. Here's USAID, here's Open Society. You can just barely see them. Very, very odd. And if you look for his page on the Samara Foundation, you find 404 because they also just recently deleted it. When I exposed them, you go to the archived page and you will see him there. So here he is. So this is archived because if you try to find it on the website now, they also deleted it. So not only did the US government back the violent protests that overthrew the government, they're also putting together the interim government, and they're actively, you can see right here, they're actively erasing the evidence of their ties to the US government. So obviously something to hide. And this is what they do everywhere, all the time.
This is damning evidence here that I don't see anything in the contrary to. So, Wings of Cheese in the house. Welcome. Welcome. We are getting schooled here in how America runs its soft power and how it destabilizes countries around the world and is potentially behind the Gen Z revolutions that we see around us at the moment. And so we're getting a first-hand introduction here as somebody painstakingly goes through members of the interim government in Nepal. I'm not sure if you remember, but we were streaming Nepal probably a few weeks ago now when they had their uprising and they toppled their government. Their prime minister stepped down. They've got an interim government as a result of that. Now, he's explained the members of the interim government and how they're all tied to foundations, and these foundations have their sponsors, which are basically USAID, and other organizations that are funded, maybe not even through official channels like USAID, but potentially even funded through the CIA. And so they are persons who have direct ties to American funds, and the Americans would be funding these persons as interim government officials because they want to have some type of influence or power over how the country is run for the foreseeable future. And not only that, the people that were organizing the dissent and the civil unrest themselves were part of organizations which were funded by USAID and other American organizations. So yeah, with the theory finance minister, with the finance minister getting whipped and not having a safe word, I think tanks backed by the CIA, supposedly. Yeah, like think tanks backed by the CIA, supposedly. Yes. So all that sort of stuff. So they've put in puppets, basically. So we're getting a lesson in that and how the world really works beyond all of these ideological, these idealist notions that people could organize amongst themselves and want some type of political change. No, it comes from US money and US intervention for the most part. It's a depressing view on the ability to have real revolutionary change in the world today. That, like, if you see people protesting and they're protesting for things that you consider just causes, it may be the case that they are being fueled by a government that is large enough to have its tentacles all over the world and interfering in other people's policy and political structures. So just don't take it on face value if someone's protesting. They're not being supported by a foreign agent. Now, in saying that, and this is something that I've brought up on this stream before and with all of you that are listening to this, like, we need to investigate then these claims. Like, Trump has made some very clear accusations that in America, he's suffering, or the Americans are suffering, because Antifa exists and all these people that are protesting against his loyal ICE private army, his ICE agents, all these people that are violently protesting against that, are actually backed by foreign funds or some type of foreign influence, or they're being paid somehow by some type of entity. And so, on one hand, we're going to accept Brian's case that the Americans are out there influencing everybody else's politics. But, just because Trump says something like Antifa is funded by, or these left wing protesters are professional protesters funded by some organization, it's like kind of laughed off because Trump said it. Like, is there any backing to the idea that in a country as important as America, you could have protesters that are actually funded by like NGOs potentially? The claim that was being made by that Nick Shirley guy when we were reading him the other day, watching his investigation into the war in Portland. His one of the things that he said was like, there's people hanging around and they're just like, oh, you one of the protesters? Are you hungry? There's ribs over there. So like he was making the insinuation that these people have food, they have supplies, they have housing and accommodation in the area, and they just go around protesting as a profession. They get paid and resourced by shadowy organizations. So is this happening in the US as well? Like that allegation was coming out all the time with the Black Lives Matter protests, that there were organizations or people like George Soros or something like that that were funding the Black Lives Matter protests that were gripping the nation at the start of this decade. And then we saw like a report from how Turning Point USA was using its funds and funds from other conservative organizations to actually get people on buses and send them down to the Capitol for the January 6th riots. So like it is possible that there are organizations out there that are fomenting protests around the world and like backing them, or at least pushing them in the back and saying, yeah, here you go, aren't you pissed off about this? Let's see what you do here now, that kind of thing. So that's kind of what we're investigating here. But like we're looking at this specifically in the context of the Gen Z revolutions that are taking the world by storm at the moment and are being pushed behind the symbology of, like the One Piece fantasy world, I guess you would say. This is all why the Western Sahara regions have recently left the IMF and the ICC. Why stay if they have the ability to leave when it's never served them? Honestly, why do you think prices in Paris are so high for food and power? The Sahel cut them off. Interesting. Fair enough. Anyway, that's where we're at, Wings of Cheese. Welcome to the stream.
Time, and they're now doing it all across Asia as part of a region-wide attempt to destabilize and at least destabilize all along the periphery of China, if not overthrow targeted governments, install US-backed client regimes that then transform their nation into a battering ram against China, in the same way Ukraine has been transformed into a battering ram against Russia. So I continue because there's more. Dr. Sagita Mishra, who has been appointed as an interim Minister of Health, previously served as director of the Parapakar Maternity and Women's Hospital, which regularly took U.S. aid funding, with the U.S. Embassy statements even mentioning her by name during handover ceremonies. So that you got this one right here. They're giving all kinds of token assistance, and they're talking about Dr. Sangeeta Mishra, and now she is the interim health minister in Nepal. So there's eight. 4 are overtly drawn from US-funded fronts, fake NGOs that they headed, directed, or even founded themselves. You could say this doctor, this connection to the US aid is not as incriminating because it's a hospital. It's more or less funded by the government of Nepal. It's regularly taking US aid funding, and the US embassy in Nepal has a relationship with her. But when you put her together with all of these other just overt puppets of the US government, these US backed agitators and opposition figures funded by the US government, their organizations are funded by the US, would not exist without US government money, then you start to see, and this is what I mentioned in the article, you see her being appointed alongside these others, and it indicates an overwhelmingly pro-US and US dependent interim government taking shape, in addition to the US funded organizations that promoted and led the protests themselves. And I went over this in.
Well, he didn't touch on the Kaki, the lady who is the person who is the interim prime minister, I guess you'd say, the leader of Nepal at the moment, because the vibe that we got off Aku the goat the other day was that no, the Nepalese people love her, and she was actually fired from her post because she was kind of uncorruptible, and once they fired her, she became a kind of a symbol of, I guess, the more pure form of politics that could be undertaken in Nepal. And so she was the obvious choice for the Gen Z protesters when the opportunity arose to form some type of a new government, at least in the interim. But he hasn't mentioned her, which is interesting. It's not everyone in this interim government. It is just potentially, it is some of these people that have been compromised. But like enough, if there's 8 and like, you got half of them on the US payroll somehow, that's enough influence to get things moving in your favor.
Extensive detail, documented evidence. I have a video on the Philippines, Indonesia, and Nepal, and the links will be in the video description. And you go to the video description of those videos and you will see all of the evidence, irrefutable evidence that organizations involved were funded by the US government through the National Endowment for Democracy, an organization that only funds groups to do exactly this: overthrow targeted governments, coerce them, undermine them, and overthrow them. That's what they do. That's what you're agreeing to do when you take NED money. In the Philippines, protests were led by Tindig Filipinas, and it's a member of the US NED-funded International Center for Innovation, Transformation, and Excellence in Government, which, if you use their acronym, it's InsightGov. Very interesting. And it was promoted, the protests were promoted by US NED-funded media outlet Rappler, founded and directed by Maria Ressa, who literally has her own webpage on the NED's official website. So I've gone over this in a video specifically about the Philippines. Local media was explaining who's behind these protests. And it was Tindig Filipinas and a bunch of church organizations. And if you go to InsightGov and you scroll down, you will see NED, IRI, and there's Tindig Filipinas, their logo right there.
He's got
it. It's an NED-funded and promoted protest in the Philippines. And here is Maria Ressa of The Rappler, a Philippine media organization funded by the NED, and she herself works for the NED.
Holy crap. Have you seen this woman? She comes up a lot on, like, yeah, with anything to do with global politics as it relates to the ASEAN or the Southeast Asian region. She speaks a lot about the influence of technology and tech giants, so the tech bros, and their influence of Southeast Asian politics. But like generally, she speaks a lot about how the Philippines, has been corrupted or has been destroyed by things like Duterte's regime and legacy, and she's like an advocate against that type of stuff. And she's been vocal, and she's also put herself in harm's way to help advocate for certain things. She comes up a lot, and she's on the payroll. You'll see her face eventually if you haven't seen her before. Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Ressa. That's the one. Joins the World Movement for Democracy at NED chairperson. That's published at October 3rd, 2022. So yeah, and she won the Nobel Peace Prize. Before Trump did. Remember that. But no way. She's funded by American deep state money. That's crazy. It's crazy, man. Can't trust anyone. Seriously. My God.
Media organization funded by the NED, and she herself works for the NED. She has her own webpage on the NED's official website. So when you see all of this, that means the US is trying to overthrow a government, coerce a government, overthrow a government, or meddle in a sovereign country one way or the other. People say to me, Brian, President Marcos Jr. in the Philippines is already servile to all US demands. Maybe there's a demand he said no to. Or maybe it's not to remove him from power, but it's meant to put pressure on independent political parties the US still doesn't control in the Philippines. There's many reasons they will launch this. The point is they're launching all of these protests across Asia all at the same time with the Gen Z label.
Welcome
fighting
back.
You know, this very ambiguous general problem of corruption, which could mean literally anything, and creating chaos and uncertainty across the entire region. While the current government in the Philippines has been extensively servile to Washington at the expense of the Philippines itself, the unrest could serve as either a means to root out any independent political forces not yet subordinated by the US, or as a means of coercing the current government because it has hesitated to fulfill Washington's increasingly dangerous demands in regards to confronting China. Only time will tell which one it actually is. What we do know is the people running the protests are funded by the US government. And so the US government has some sort of interest in destabilizing the Philippines at this juncture, together with Nepal, Indonesia, and now in India itself. US interference and the networks it uses to implement it span the entirety of Asia, with additional unrest in other nations across the region, all but inevitable. Let's talk about continuity of agenda. Washington's goal is to surround China with either hostile US captured client regimes, that's one possibility, or instability, just instability in general, just wreck these countries, denying China political, economic, and even potentially military partners.
Does the Belt and Road Initiative have anything to do with Morocco or Madagascar? Oh my God. Fuck. Have they got sources for this? Fuck, they do. Oh my God. Morocco and the BRI. Morocco formally joined the BRI in 2017. Morocco has signed roadmaps, cooperation agreements with China as part of the BRI, covering infrastructure, trade, industry, agriculture. There is talk of a high-speed rail between Marrakech and Agadir. I think Agadir, possibly Tangier, and through China's involvement in the particular project isn't always clearly committed. The Tangier Tech City in Ain Dalia, sometimes called the Shanghai of Northern Africa or North Africa, is a tech industrial investment project under this cooperation. The Digital Silk Road component of BRI is being emphasized, e.g. broadband and smart tech infrastructure. So Morocco is a fairly active partner in the BRI. Madagascar and the BRI. Madagascar signed the Memorandum of Understanding with China in March 2017 to promote cooperation under the Belt and Road Initiative. Since then, Chinese firms have been involved in a variety of infrastructure public works, agriculture, roads, power, for example, rehabilitation of roads, hydroelectric projects like Rano Mafana power plant, and improvements of communications infrastructure, expressways, airport access. Trade between Madagascar and China has increased significantly since cooperation. Fuck. Shanghai of North Africa, eh? Interesting. Walter White just needs glasses and a mustache for our friend Brian over here. The only reason I'm asking that question is obviously there's Gen Z revolutions or unrest going on in Morocco and Madagascar at the moment, and so China does have significant interest there in terms of its Belt and Road Initiative. And so, like, what's the point if we carry his theory about the Gen Z protests being manufactured or at least influenced heavily by the US? Then what's the point of the Gen Z protests in Madagascar and Morocco? But it seems like just general destabilization will fuck up Chinese interests and give them more work so they can focus less on, I don't know, opposing American aggression. Possibly they have to divert resources away from Taiwan, I guess, because he's fully mapping out what's going on with the Gen Z protests in Indonesia, Nepal, and the Philippines, but he hasn't made any mention of the other two more recent ones that have been happening. So interesting. I think that adds a little bit of weight actually to Brian's theories. Walter White over here. That's what you mean. Where the Gen Z protests are rocking the world. Timor? No way. I didn't realize. Wow. Yeah, I don't know if you can see that. You can go over to. Oh, I shouldn't have moved that. Idiot. Yeah, I'll bring it over. This is where they're Timor. You can see that. Timor, Indonesia, the Philippines. This is what he's talking about. Nepal, Bangladesh as well. Is this? Oh, this is from 2024 and 2025. I was going to say, is this happening right now? Yeah, 2024, Bangladesh. Yeah. Serbia, Morocco. We just looked at Morocco, Bangladesh, Kenya. I've heard about Kenya actually. And Peru. Ah, Gen Z, eh? The despicable Gen Z. What are they really up to? The one who feeds you usually. Oh, that's where you got the quote. Let's have a look at your YouTube short as a quick divergence from the depressive nature of Brian over here.
Produit suffisamment de quoi nous nourrir. Nous pouvons dépasser même notre production, malheureusement. Par manque d'organisation, nous sommes encore obligés de tendre la main pour demander des aides alimentaires. Ces aides alimentaires qui nous bloquent, qui nous inspirent, qui installent dans nos esprits cette habitude, ces réflexes de mendiants. Nous devons mettre de côté ces aides par notre grande production. Il faut réussir à produire plus. Produire plus. Produire plus parce que il est normal que celui qui vous donne à manger vous dicte également ses volontés.
Spitting truths, brother. There it is. They produce enough for themselves. Why do we have to rely on food aid for? I'm being oppressed. So they can control you. I see, good point. Been following Brian for 3 years. I don't think Scott Ritter like his analysis. You've been following Brian for 3 years? Nice. So you know of his work then, I guess. A lot of his work. I mean, China has a history of soft power in Africa, particularly. And so, like, destroying their soft power interests helps, I guess, distract them as well, right? From the American perspective. If we're going with Brian's train of thought here, or argumentation here, man was killed for that philosophy. Well, talking about interference, like, fucking hell. And the CIA, no strangers to taking people out, if necessary. Definitely not.
At the same time, the US continues transforming nations like South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines into militarized battering rams to both provoke China and potentially fight a proxy war against it. In the same manner, the US is currently using Ukraine and the rest of Europe to fight the Russian Federation. They have policy papers with almost an identical agenda here in Asia to do to China with nations surrounding China that the US is already doing to Russia in Europe with nations surrounding Russia there. All of this has taken place through a process spanning the entire 21st century, regardless of who sits in the White House and who controls Congress. Under the current Trump administration, in the same late May speech by Secretary Hegseth, he bragged about the development and deployment of US weapon systems specifically designed for conflict with China, including the Navy Marine Corps Expeditionary Ship Interdiction System, Nemesis, designed for targeting naval vessels, as well as the Typhoon missile system, which was previously prohibited under the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty President Donald Trump withdrew from during his first term in office. And to explain to you how this is all continuity of agenda, President Trump withdrew from the INF Treaty during his first term in office, and then the Typhoon system was developed during the Trump administration, all 4 years of Biden, and now it is being deployed in the Philippines, and these missiles pointed at China specifically. Okay, so that is continuity of agenda. That's not what you do when you are retreating from a region. You don't withdraw from arms treaties and people try to pretend like, well, maybe they're doing it because they think it's outdated and they want a new one. Well, they're not looking for a new arms control treaty. They developed weapons prohibited by the arms control treaty, and now they're literally pointing them at China right now as we speak. That is not someone retreating from a region. That is someone who is belligerent and determined to continue forward with that belligerence. The systematic unilateral withdrawal from arms control treaties and subsequent development and deployment of previously prohibited weapons along both Russia's and China's periphery by both the Trump and Biden administrations demonstrate that the US, far from retreating, is engaged in a deliberate and methodical escalation toward containment and confrontation with both nations spanning multiple presidential administrations and continuing to this day. That is what we are watching manifest itself right now as the Trump administration plays out. Hasn't even been 1 year, and it's very clear where the vector sum of all of this is leading us. Certainly not to peace in Ukraine in the first 24 hours of the Trump administration. Beyond
Savage, bro. Trump was going to get peace in 24 hours. What happened? Seeing Scott Ritter getting talked down to by Biden back in the day shows just how slick Biden was being the operative word. Yeah, I'm not sure who Scott Ritter is, actually. Ritter. Yeah, well, but it's not a person like China is massive. They would know, I mean, maybe this is my own bias at play, but I think the Chinese government may not be a force for good, but they are prudent, far better for the world than America because they are only a large regional power. Point being is like they aren't on a culture war train as much as I would argue they are far more aware of what America is doing. I don't think there are very smart people in the US government, but they seem few and I don't think there are very smart people in the US government, but they seem few and far between, and it's like it's just a decaying superpower. It isn't adjusting, just sticking to its guns. Yeah, look, I'm not pro-China in the sense that I would think that they're any more morally just or pure than America. I think as any type of nation state that lives in a capitalist world and as a state capitalist organization, that's how I would classify China. I don't think that they are socialists. I definitely don't think they're communists. I think they are state capitalists. They have the control over labor like a capitalist class would. They just control it as a single party, really. And they even have extensive control over their own capitalist classes. I don't think they're morally better than anyone. I don't think they're better or good or a force for good, as you're saying. But like their opposition to the traditional form of imperialism that has taken over the world economy, um, is cause for a destabilization of, I guess, world capitalism. It's potentially anti-capitalist from that perspective, and so I do appreciate the anti-capitalist uh, element that they bring to the table, and it will potentially have served some of the interests of working people around the world, kind of like the war between the Soviet Union and America helped a bit after World War II, where the Americans kind of had to demonstrate that at least they could do better than the Soviet Union via their people, or people were just going to be like, oh my God, maybe the Soviet Union is the way to go. And so, like, I'm hoping that if people see how advanced China is, and how they're using their industrial capacity to go around the world with the things like the Belt and Road Initiative and make things better. That's going to put pressure on the existing imperial nations like your Western nations and make them do better by their people. But I just unfortunately that's the good part about like China from a national perspective as a nation state. It may put pressure and help raise the standards of the existing industrial societies out there, but so far it's not really even that. Like the rhetoric that comes out of the West about China is just like, oh look, they're all got social credit scores and everybody lives in a surveillance state, and like they have no rights and all this sort of stuff. And that's the story they peddle about China, and everyone kind of believes that, and like they're kind of scared of what their world would be like if they were subject to a China style of living. And they're scared about like dictatorial Chinese people and like authoritarianism and all that stuff. With while the irony being is that I don't think the Chinese society would be any more or less surveilled than what we have already with things like the surveillance state that we live in right now. We're being surveilled constantly. We're being surveilled right now, all of us. We're constantly carrying our own surveillance devices around with us all the time. They know exactly what we're doing all the time, how we're thinking, how we're feeling. If you've got a health device, they know your emotional status and your heartbeat and like how you're feeling. They know it all. So I don't think we're any more surveilled than the Chinese. I don't think ostensibly you could argue that we have more political liberation potentially because we're allowed to speak out against parties, but like that sort of stuff is changing. Like look at what Trump's done recently with NSPM 7. He's basically outlawed opposition to Trump or to the Trumpian agenda through things like opposition to American values, being anti-capitalist. Like we're screwed. So I didn't see the narrative that's allowed to escape China being like, oh wow, look how advanced they are. They've got high-speed rail and they've got amazing technology, and their people aren't have got access to healthcare and education, and they've had a general uptick in their living standards, and like they live a middle class existence now that is the envy of most of the developed world. You don't see that conversation coming out about China. It's all just like, oh, evil authoritarians, like their people suffer. Did you know they have a credit score? Yeah, and a credit system. Watch out. Oh, the Chinese are coming. So, like, I don't know if we're even going to get the luxury of what happened during the last Cold War, where, like I said, the Western capitalists, they had to prove a point as to why people shouldn't follow the communists and go down that path. And they had to do that by providing, at least ostensibly providing services and like having good infrastructure and good systems in place to at least keep the population happy. I don't know if that's even going to happen this time around. This Cold War seems to be way more ideological, and like everyone's just caught up in a propaganda machine. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. I know what you mean though. That like I wouldn't want to back any of them. I wouldn't want to have any of them. Me and Avalava were having a chat a couple of weeks ago now about like what's really happening on like with Russia and the Ukraine and all that, and like really like the Ukraine is being used as a vehicle of American aggression and European or Western aggression against Russia. And so, like, it's just a proxy war state that has been manipulated by the West, the Ukraine that is, so they can destroy Russia's ambitions and contain Russia. But like, I don't particularly trust Russia either, just because I know that the Ukraine is being used as a proxy war state, so American and European interests can fight against and suppress Russia. I still don't trust Putin either, and like his cabal. So like just because I don't like European and American imperialism doesn't mean by default I support everything that Putin does. I think he's sinister, and he's got some big problems. Just like in the same way, I've got my problems with like the CCP. I like that they stand up to Western imperialism, but like there's some things that they compromise on in the face of their mission to stand up to Western imperialism. They make a lot of sacrifices along the way to attain that goal and stay strong in the face of the pressure from the Westerners. And those sacrifices are scary sacrifices that they have to make, to be honest. People call it the siege mentality kind of style of socialism. And they're like, oh, yeah. That's just an excuse. Socialism never works. But like, I do agree with that analysis of, unfortunately, socialists or socialist experiments and all that sort of stuff having to live in a siege mentality. And they're never really able to obtain some of the goals that they've set for that style of society, if you know what I mean. America isn't allowed to do Cold Wars anymore. All the wars from now on have to be hot. Yeah. Wouldn't that be good if that was like Trump's official policy? It's like signing an executive order and it's just like, from now on, we don't do any more Cold Wars. They all have to be hot, because everyone keeps saying that America is so hot right now. And he's got his little signature on it. That would be fucking hilarious. So hot.
On developing and deploying weapons along China's periphery, the U.S. is coercing its client states in the region to divert public money away from social programs and infrastructure and toward arms manufacturing and maintenance facilities to sustain U.S. conflict in the region, otherwise inhibited by what U.S. policymakers often refer to as the tyranny of distance. Everyone talks about the tyranny of distance. The U.S. is picking a fight with China on the other side of the planet. How are they going to sustain large-scale warfare against China when they have to send everything all the way to the other side of the planet to continue the fighting? It's called and this again, Secretary Hegseth announced this in late May of this year, called the Partnership for Indo-Pacific Industrial Resilience. Secretary Hegseth described it as a U.S.-initiated multilateral forum of 14 allies and partners working with industry, capital providers, and key non-governmental stakeholders to strengthen industrial resilience, expand our capacity, and accelerate deliveries. They're not talking about things for the civilian economy of the Asia region. He's talking about weapons and ammunition. It involves aircraft and naval vessel repair facilities, the standardization of military drones and input components across the region, and the production of U.S. weapons like the guided multiple launch rocket system used by the M270 and HIMARS launch platforms. The program is meant to exploit U.S. client states in the region to compensate for America's own military-industrial shortcomings back at home as exposed amid the proxy war with Russia in Ukraine, as much as it is meant to provide logistical support for large-scale conflict with China from within the region rather than far beyond it in the Western Hemisphere. Despite some analysts cherry-picking episodes of diplomatic posturing by the Trump administration to portray it in retreat from Europe or Asia, the very existence of these ongoing programs demonstrates the U.S.'s desire to continue encircling and encroaching upon China, both with continuously expanding U.S. military power and through U.S. political interference and regime change targeting China's allies and partners. Okay, that's what's really going on. You could sit there and cherry pick Truth Social media comments by President Trump where he says, I don't want war with China, or Secretary Hegseth saying, we don't want war with China, and just focusing in on that and ignoring what the U.S. is actually doing to get ready to provoke a war with China. You could do that, but you're cherry picking and you're circumventing reality in the process. In reality, the U.S. is obviously preparing for war with China. and to use nations in the region in the same way they're using Ukraine against Russia in Europe. Secretary Hegseth closed his May speech in Singapore by claiming, "The motto of my first platoon, first one I led, was those who long for peace must prepare for war." And that's exactly what we're doing. We're preparing for war in order to deter war, to achieve peace through strength. That's the slogan that we keep hearing. Even as the US is at constant war with everybody, this is peace through strength, not peace through constant war. And we look out in this room and we look at you, to our allies and to our partners, to join us in this important work, which essentially is recruiting them to be the next Ukraine. In reality, the US has been in a continuous state of war throughout the 21st century and continues both waging war and proxy war around the globe today, right now, under the Trump administration. That all continues. Secretary Hegseth and the interests he serves, which are not the American people's interests, I can assure you of that, are not attempting to prepare for war in order to deter war, but rather continuing to wage constant war to deter any sort of equitable peace. That's what the US is really waging war to do, to prevent any sort of equitable peace. Washington's sustained campaign of political destabilization, military encroachment, and economic warfare across Asia demonstrates a refusal to accept the reality of a sovereign China and a broader rising Asia which seeks to define its own regional destiny free from Western interference. Washington's true objective is demonstrably not peace, but the continuation of its historically unwarranted dominance, even at the cost of turning the Asia-Pacific region or even the rest of the world into spiraling chaos, conflict, and catastrophe. And that's where I end the article. And you have been warned. You can pretend that President Trump is fighting the deep state and this is all 5D, him obviously expanding war, continuing war, launching new wars. You can pretend that that's some sort of 5D chess game he's playing against the deep state and not just continuity of agenda, but it is continuity of agenda. That's what he's doing. You have been warned. People out there who are...
I love how he speaks to his audience. So good. You have been warned. I fucking told you. So don't come complaining to me next time I make a video and you don't understand what's going on. I fucking told you already. So fuck off.
Looking at these meaningless gestures by President Donald Trump, where he met with President Putin in Alaska, or he's saying that he wants to have some sort of constructive relationship with China. This is what the US always does. How many times do they have to do this and trick people into thinking they want to finally change how they interact with the rest of the world, instead of just understanding they're buying time and space so that they can to jam another dagger in your spinal cord. That's what they're doing. This is after meeting Russian Foreign Minister Clinton hails fresh restart. There was no fresh restart. They were buying time and space so they could jam another dagger into Russia's back. And this is what the Trump administration is doing right now to both Russia and China. People need to wake up to this reality, whether they like it or not. Because if we don't even wake up to it, we have no way of speaking up against it or in any way addressing it. I will end it there. We'll continue keeping an eye on all of this. Please check the video description below for all the places you can find and follow.
So anyway, that's Brian. So if you're interested in Brian's stuff, go and check out the new atlas. There it is. Right there. Have a look at it yourself. How will America close the gap when warring with China? It's called Australia. Yeah, we are in a very interesting position. Geographically for what's coming, that's for sure. We will be important. It'll be interesting to see how all of this plays out and what that means for us. Let's be honest. Have I missed something in the censored comments? What did you write? You got censored for that? Interesting. Now, look, that's enough for this scathing analysis. I was wondering if he was going to go there because he's about 6 days old, so maybe it's too fresh for him. But I was wondering if he was going to go into the Gen Z protests that have happened recently in Africa as well, and if he'd give us some type of explanation for that. But unfortunately, not. Maybe it's coming, because I would like to see what type of documentation or paper trail he could find between what's happening in those nations and like how this kind of relates to America's destabilizing effect and its forever war, I guess you would say now anyway, on China. But I guess we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. It is interesting that China does have economic interests in those two countries that are feeling the burn of the Gen Z revolution at the moment. So we're going to switch gears now, and we're going to watch something that is actually being brought to us by Dilemmas recently. I wasn't actually aware of this phenomenon until I went searching for it, thanks to Dilemmas. But it would appear that Albanese does have a secret plan of some sort to actually increase the amount of politicians. So that's what the hit piece is called. So this is from Channel 7 News. So obviously you take everything with a grain of salt. You know how it is. Albanese's secret plan for more politicians, a knockout blow against the coalition. So they're doing some kind of coalition scaremongering here. It could just be Albanese's secret plan for more politicians. You could leave it there, but they have to say, oh my God, watch out, this is how they end the coalition. And so like, if you care about democracy, we've got to start voting for the coalition again. But this is a podcast, I guess you would say, or a segment that's done by The Issue. And so The Issue seems to be a segment of Channel 7 News. Now, I really didn't know what you were talking about the other day, Dilemmas, when you mentioned that thing about how there's going to be more politicians, and everyone started talking about, hey, I'd rather have more states and less politicians and more politicians. But it would seem, and just this is on some very preliminary research into this topic, that there seems to be a discrepancy between how the Constitution formulates how you set up electoral boundaries based on populations and demographic figures. And if you look at the demographic figures that we have at the moment, that we're actually out of touch with the amount of population growth that we've had in certain areas and the electoral boundaries. So we actually need more federal level politicians to keep up with the demographic shifts and changes that have happened in the country. And so it's not as much as a secret plan, like kind of thing to change the political system, as much as it is, it would seem anyway, just keeping the electoral map up to date with demographic changes. But that could be very favourable to Labor, and that's where all the speculation and the tinfoil hat stuff comes in. So I wasn't actually sure about this, but let's have a quick look. We don't have to go through the whole thing, but let's have a quick look about how the mainstream media is framing this conversation about Albanese's secret plan for more politicians, flooding the zone with politicians, which is a scary thought. Might I say. Wings of Cheese, it'll be a smackdown in WrestleMania. Albanese jumps from the top turnbuckle. So good. That's my favorite Brian. My second favorite is old mate Brian from Durry Packet Warning Labels. Oh my God. Yeah. This is Brian. And in 10 months' time, basically the same thing Democrats were doing with illegal migrants and waiting for the next census. Oh, you ain't heard he's going to expand parliament. Yeah, this hasn't happened under an LNP government because it would increase seats in cities and would push them out. Yeah, that's the conjecture. So let's have a look about this. Let's have a look at this. It's all natural growth and development. The LNP just can't compete. There you go. Non-compete, some would say. Let's have a quick look at this level of propaganda here and see what it's all about. That's just the introduction. I don't want the introduction. Let's get to the beef of it.
Be about to expand how many advocates looking at a select committee inside electoral matters into the parliament are looking at
the risk. Public backlash over more MPs.
Do you think there's a bit of a plan underway inside Labor, federal Labor, to capitalise on this? We know the Select Committee into Electoral Matters into the Parliament are looking at a review at the moment, and Don Farrell, the Minister, has suggested they look at the size of Parliament. Could Anthony Albanese be about to expand how many MPs there are in Parliament, and what would this mean?
Yeah, last time we did this as a country was in 1984. At that time, after the Parliament was expanded, there was around 72 to 73,000 voters per federal electorate. Even if they were to expand the Parliament today by at least 20 to 21 seats, you're still going to end up with at least 105,000 voters per electorate. So there's probably a population and geographic and demographic reason for this to actually occur. Now, if that happens, the majority will be in urban Australia. Now, that's bad news for the coalition, because what we do know over the last couple of electoral cycles is their position in big capital city Australia has been declining. And as a result of the last federal election, they've only got 10 urban electorates left in the country. If we exclude Queensland, they've got 5. So they have 3 in Sydney.
Isn't that crazy? I didn't understand it was that stark, the demographics of the urban versus the regional split in Australian culture war politics. They have 10 urban electorates left, the LNP, so the Conservatives have the influence over 10 urban seats in the entirety of Australia's urban population. And most of Australians, they live on the coast and they live in either urban or suburban environments, right? That's crazy. And it's 10, and there's only 5 if you take Queensland out of the mix. And there's a lot of other cities than just Brisbane. That's really crazy, man. That's absolutely mental how it's split like that. Good timing, Albo. No mention of this during his first term. But after the Libs got wiped out, suddenly he decides we need more politicians. Hey, you really hate this idea, don't you? Huh? Did it in 1984 last. Then 1985, the government lifted capital controls. And we've been going down slowly ever since. At a wrestling ring in Parliament, we'll have Max Chandler Mather back in Parliament, and he can sumo wrestle Clive Palmer. Someone say that they just suck. Also, did you hear about the infighting in the coalition yesterday? No. The moderates wiped the floor with Hastie in the leadership vote. No, I didn't actually. I didn't know they actually were doing a leadership vote. So it was between Hastie and Leigh, I'm assuming. The moderates wiped the floor with Hastie. Interesting. Hastie's stepping down because the Libs don't want the topic of immigration. It's touchy. It's touchy.
To in Melbourne, and that is it. And so if you've got an expansion of the Parliament and the majority of those new seats are in the big cities, and if your brand of politics is not travelling well in those cities, it's bad news.
Is it a knockout blow for the Prime Minister that he could pull?
Yeah, you could say that in 2022 he threw a left hook, then he threw another left hook in 2025, and I think if he expands the Parliament, he will knock him out in the next election. There's no doubt about that.
Dun, dun,
Hitting
dun.
back is Andrew
So
Hastie, a former
There's
SAS
your boy.
officer, now
Yeah.
the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs. The Western Australian MP for Canning, which is south of Perth, is from the Liberals Conservative faction and seen as a major rival to opposition leader Susan Lee.
Andrew Hastie is a Liberal politician who's generating a lot of interest at the moment and a lot of headlines talking about things like immigration and energy. Do you think he's honest?
So is he the guy who sparks all the net zero stuff then? Watch him join One Nations and complete the Liberal Conservative split. No hope after that. What if he's agitating on the net zero stuff then?
The right track here to win back some voters, or is his electorate different to these big metropolitan centres?
Yeah, it does appear that like Andrew Hastie and a few other coalition MPs who are, freelancing on a number of policies at the moment, it does appear they seem to be freelancing on
Not a
policies
threat
which they
anymore.
think work, but they work in their electorates. So if you look at his federal electorate of Canning in Western Australia, it's still very much an older electorate. It's not diverse. It's not urban.
Hastie's C. Gen Z 10%. Millennial 20.8%, Gen X 23, baby boomers 32, overwhelming majority, interwar 12%. Interesting. That is interesting, isn't it?
It is exactly the type of geography where I would expect the coalition to do well, even in 2025. But it's not the sort of, I would say, political terrain which the coalition needs to win back. And abandoning net zero, anti-immigration narratives, irrespective of whether most Australians would say, yes, we probably need to cap our immigration levels. Most Australians still have a pretty significant reservation about that conversation, full stop, especially, obviously, diverse Australians. So, yes, I think that so far what he's been offering is great for his electorate, pretty bad for winning an election.
So does Andrew Hastie and the coalition either have to change policies and be more progressive, or is there something in the US experience where people like Charlie Kirk have gone to university campuses to try and change the hearts and minds? Do the Liberals and the coalition, the Conservative side, need a Charlie Kirk-like character to maybe sway hearts and minds?
They need a Tony Blair. So what I mean by that is if you look at the position that the UK Labor Party found itself during the Thatcher years, it had become a political party that was confined to very particular parts of the UK. Very particular groups of UK residents were willing to vote for them, and that was pretty limited. There was a growth of the middle class in the 80s, significant growth, particularly in the big cities, and they weren't appealing to that constituency. And it wasn't until Tony Blair came along and rebranded the Labor Party, and those of us who are old enough can remember that, he called it New Labor. And it was a direct pitch to that new growing constituency. That worked for UK Labor, and because they positioned themselves as a modern political movement, it was still Labor, but with a very different agenda. And that is probably what I think the coalition needs to do here in Australia. They are confronting a new generation of voters who live in our big cities, and the only way that's going to work is to basically change the way they operate as a political movement. And just on the Charlie Kirk matter, look, the type of politics that work in the US, you cannot transplant or transport into the Australian body politic. We're a very different country. We are very much animated by the centre. We have a compulsory voting electoral system. And so the politics of the fringes just don't work like that they do in the US.
What might a new Liberal Party or a new coalition move?
That's an interesting point. And anyone from the international audience listening to this, where you have a compulsory voting system, the argumentation from this gentleman is that the politics of the fringes just don't work the same, because the people that are motivated to go out and to really get involved in politics, where in a system where you're not compulsorily required to vote and exercise your democratic position in the system, then you sometimes just get the crazies that come out, and the people not that are able to vote, but the people that are inspired to vote because they've been motivated by illicit radical propaganda and like live in like weird echo chambers and things like that. So the frantic or fanatic politics of the Americas may not actually work here. Just like, going up and G'ing everyone up in universities and cutting that into TikTok videos might not G up your audience in the same way that it would, or your voter base in the same way that it would in Australia, because you have everyone who has to vote of voting age, as opposed to just those who have been told to do so, thanks to some type of propaganda machine. Have the Libs tried to not be capitalist bootlickers? Like all the time? Maybe that might work for some strategy. Eh? How dare you, Evalava? What are you suggesting? Grantifa? Is that you, Charmaine? You've changed your name to Grantifa. Australia does not need a Tony Abbott part two. And this is how MAGA grew. Keep telling the right wing conservatives that they are wrong and they just need to shut up and sit down. First Australian chapter of Turning Point Australia has started in South Australia. We got election in 6 months. Turning Point Australia has started in South Australia. So are you saying that they are running people for office, or it's just a political organisation that churns out propaganda like a think tank? Turning Point South Australia. They keep trying to find a John Howard, but the truth is they need a Turnbull. But they don't have one anymore. They just have a bunch of ScoMo yes men and women left. Grand Tifa, yes. Busted. Welcome, Grand Tifa. I wonder what that's a reference to, Grand Tifa. We were joking about Trans Tifa the other day, the evil Trans Tifa that needs to be eradicated by the Trump regime because they're coming to get you. Whatever about Grand Tifa is. Coming to get you.
Look like?
Actually, we'll go back to Andrew Hastie. To be fair to him, he has in the past probably danced in the area where they should be dancing, and that is a political movement that is focused on the modern Australian family, which is diverse but socially conservative in our big cities, that is small business orientated, that wants to accumulate wealth, wants to send their kids to private school, wants all those good things in life. But doesn't feel like it has political representation from the conservative side of politics right now. That is absolutely the constituency I think the coalition should be going after. In particular, small business. I've not seen any significant reform offered up by the coalition or the Liberal Party in particular when it comes to small business in this country. And you would think that is the constituency which they should be pitching to. It is the new working class, particularly in Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane. It's there waiting to be represented, because when we survey those particular Australians, they may reluctantly either vote directly or preference Labor, but they're not really happy with them at the moment. And
as you said, Andrew Hastie has talked to that group in the past, but yes, perhaps when he says things like Australians don't feel like they're in their own home, or they feel like they're strangers in their own home, would be then offending that group who are diverse.
Absolutely. And that is an absolutely toxic message to be sending to Australians who have arrived in this country over the 15, 20 years. It doesn't matter how much effort you go to try to tell them that you didn't have those individuals in mind. That's how they feel. That's how they respond to it. And you could easily find yourself basically pushing an entire generation of voters away from your political movement for at least 20 years if you continue that narrative.
Well, that's in opposition to what you were talking about before, Dilemmas. It does seem that what this guy is arguing here is that there are a significant section of the Australian voting population that has ties to their migrant heritage and find it rather offensive that people bring up the migration issue all the time. And so, you might be creating some type of a MAGA movement out there, but it's not going to be a force to be reckoned with in Australian politics. It's just going to be what we already have, with, I guess, One Nation. And that's the as big as it's going to get, maybe. 2Oz will be trying to get grassroots support. And also they will do the voting cards to try and lock in the preferential votes. We'll do what Turning Point Oz will just be trying to get grassroots support, and they also they do the voting cards and try to lock in their preferential votes. We'll do what Kirk was doing in 2024 election, basically. Interesting. So they actually are a force then. I agree with Hastie. Never seen the change over the past. I've seen the change over the past 20 years. Grandma Antifa. That's Grantifa. Fair enough. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if our friends over at Sky have commented on the Liberal vote, the Liberal Party spill that happened yesterday. Between Hasty. No, they haven't done anything. Doesn't look like it. Greta v. Trump. Oh my god. Let's see if they've got. Hasty abruptly quits Lay's shadow cabinet. Oh god, it's not this guy again, is it? Fucking hell. Susan Lay's leadership analyzed after. Oh, it is him. He's the opposition to net zero. There it is. And he's an absolute star. Man of principle. Hastie's abruptly quits. Let's have a look.
Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price, one of our favourite people in the Australian Parliament, and we know you love hearing from her. We get the honour of being able to talk to her every couple of weeks. Well, of course, she is always keeping an eye on what's happening in the world, but there's an awful lot happening inside the future of the governing party of the centre-right.
All right, we're going to interrupt that sports story now and head to Andrew Hastie live in Perth.
I would not be leading our response on immigration, nor developing our policy within the coalition. She also emphasised shadow cabinet solidarity as a convention, something I believe very deeply in.
Is this what he did? He quit as a result of that, of the vote? Imagine if Greta gets the Nobel instead of Trump. I want to see him blow up over that. That would be hilarious, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would be the ultimate rage bait to the Conservatives. Ultimate. And like Trump wouldn't be able to handle that either. I want that goddamn Nobel Peace Prize. So is this, yesterday I called the leader informed of my decision. Is this a result? So he's quit as a result of the vote?
And as a consequence, I came to the judgment that I could no longer serve in the shadow cabinet. Yesterday, I called the leader. Yesterday morning, in fact, I informed her of my decision. It was a very friendly and respectful conversation. And here we are. So I'll move over to questions now.
Will you be challenging the leadership?
No, I won't be.
But he just challenged for leadership?
We had a friendly conversation and I agreed that we would delay the announcement.
Did Andrew Hastie challenge Susan Ley for leadership? Resignation from the front bench, shadow cabinet. So in third, he resigned. Made it clear he would not be in charge of developing the coalition's migration policy, something he believed he should be in his portfolio. Before his resignation, there were growing speculation in the media and among political commentators that Hastie might be preparing to challenge for Lay's leadership. This was based on things like outspoken commentary, social media behaviour and criticism over policy issues. And they're just really eating themselves alive at the moment. You guys see that? Yeah, you can. Hastie publicly downplayed those rumours. No formal leadership challenge spill / has been initiated. Hastie explicitly said that his move to resign from the front row is not about replacing Susan Ley. Is that true? Is that up to date then? He left because no one in the front bench is supposed to speak out about immigration. This is your theory of all things. So good. See, I told you. I told you. You can't speak about immigration. He's done it. And so he's had to step down. I warned you. I warned you. So maybe he's just resigned then. Maybe there was no like internal leadership spill. They really don't. Sky News does not like Lay. That's for sure. Eh? She's not their favourite.
Until 5 p.m. in good faith because she had a full workload here in Perth today, or yesterday.
Do you have confidence in Susan's leadership?
Yes, I do.
The letter that was any policy change
well, as the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs, I'm the senior lead for the portfolio. I was the senior lead for the portfolio. Immigration is a core responsibility of Home Affairs, and so when it was made clear that I wouldn't have any leadership in that role, I thought it was time for me to depart, because essentially I want to be able to speak about immigration, which I think is a critical issue for a lot of Australians at the moment. I just think that overseas migration is out of control under Labor, and regular mainstream Australians are feeling the pressure of Labor's uncontrolled immigration. 1.2 million people over the last 3 years, and Labor's only overseen the building of about 500,000 dwellings. So you can see why we have a housing demand crisis in this country.
So you also spoke about wanting to cut down on immigration. Do you differ on policy there? Do you have different levels?
Like, do you reckon that means that if someone lets in 1.2 million people over 3 years, that each one of those people live in their own house? Like, no one would live in a place where they might live with someone else. Like, none of these people have kids, or none of these people like are a couple or partners or a family or associated with other persons somehow. If you have 1.3 million people or 1.2 million people move into your country, that means you need 1.2 million homes. 500,000 new homes won't service 1.2 million new people. That's like, you could split that and at least have, like, you know, 2 people living in a house, like a dwelling, not in a shoebox or something like that. Oh man, I love the way that people frame things. It's so important. Framing is so important. Two Worlds Collide podcast is a good right-wing pipeline. Hasty did an interview on there recently, and the last one was with a scientist who brings receipts to show the hypocrisy of climate change. Grantifa, not just speak out, he's making a video catalogue of immigration bad. Safe difference. Libs don't want to talk about the main thing their base is upset about. It's not about race, it's about numbers. There's too many people for our infrastructure. Yeah, hey, no arguments here about needing to up infrastructure spending. 100%. Nice numbers if he gets to divide temporary folk like uni students, etc., etc. Yeah, but it's all about framing, right? You got to frame that conversation. Okay, so it looks like he's just stepped down from his front bench, his shadow front bench duties out of protest. He's pissed off. There we go. Here's the conversation. This is where the democracy's at. He's a good man. We need people like him. Well done, Andrew. Stand by your principles. The majority of Australians agree with you on this mass immigration issue. It has to stop. Jacinta Price and Pauline Hanson, Hasty and Kavanagh. Time is now. Rescue our country. Godspeed. Andrew Hastie didn't want to waste his time anymore. A man of his word. The Liberals are done for. Susan Ley will never win an election. One Nation is moving ahead fast. And let's get the Sky News take on that. Actually, 6 days ago,
Post-election, there are many
they're
people that
really pushing. This one is called Huge Development. One Nation support surges, doubling since last election. So let's see what our mate here is. What's his name again? Paul Murray, is it? Let's see. his real news, honest views, take on one nation is surging.
Frustrated with the options that are on offer. Certainly a third of the country was the only people who directly voted for the Prime Minister. And
Read the comments, come to the dark side. Hey, look, I'm going to say it here. I'm interested in looking at all of this stuff because I'm moving beyond the culture wars. If these people are working people and they have a direct issue with migration because it's materially based, their issue in infrastructure, man, I am all for that. If they don't think there's enough spending on infrastructure and they don't think that the Australian citizenry is being looked after by their governments, and the elected officials that influence government and policy decision, I'm all for that, man. I'm all for that. But like a lot of the emphasis or the impetus behind these people's claims that Australia is running out of infrastructure and all that is literally just based on their perception that, like, oh, I went into town the other day and there were a few people that never used to be there before and I couldn't find a car park, you know, kind of thing. And that's horrible. I used to be able to park there and there were no kebab shops around. And like the only shop that used to be there that wasn't, you know, of Australian culture was the old Chinese place. Like those people, they don't really care about infrastructure as much as, you know, they just don't like seeing foreigners around or something like that. That sort of shit I don't really agree with. But the material stuff, like, hey, there's not enough infrastructure, there's not enough housing. Yeah, fucking oath. Take housing off the market. I think everybody understands my position on that one. And if you don't, let me just tell it to you now. Housing is a goddamn human right. And if you look to the market, the housing market, to resolve an issue that the market created, then that is just defeatist behavior. You can't get the market to fix a market problem. You got to take housing off the market, in my opinion. Just my opinion. Oof, sounding a little right wing there, bro. You need to be careful. You might start leaning, learning about bullet calibers and ballistics. Come on, man. You've seen me in so many streams being like, what's that? I'm pretty sure it's a gun. It's got a trigger. You know, like that's my extent of gun knowing stuff. Only doubled because the trumpets have left relevance and they've gone back to one nation. Yeah, I guess so. Last election, they lost almost half their votes. So they have a ceiling like the Greens, but theirs is like 10%. Yeah, it looks like they do have a ceiling. I wonder if it's true. But yeah, look, man, move beyond the culture wars. Let's look at like if people are really upset about how things are going, I'm all for that. I'm all for that. And if like people think that migration is too much, given the current amount of infrastructure spending and planning, then I'm all for that too, actually. I'm all for that. I'm all for the idea that we should be servicing the population. And if the infrastructure, that money we spend on infrastructure is not there because we're too worried about having a AAA credit rating so we can have multinational financial corporations lend us money, fuck our AAA rating. Let's use the money that we've got from our federal, our reserve bank, print some money and build some infrastructure and then let them back in then. But like, if it's just based on, I don't like the way that the people look now in the cities that I grew up in, that sort of stuff, then that's not a good reason to be anti-immigration or anti-mass immigration because you don't recognize this place anymore. That's not something that I agree with. Not at all.
And less than a third voted for the Liberals, and every options that are on offer. Certainly a third of the country was the only people who directly voted for the Prime Minister, and less than a third voted for the Liberals, and everyone else did something with their preferences. Most people gave their preferences to Labor, which is why they get to say, look at the scoreboard. But something has happened since the election that really matters. For as long as she has been in and around Australian politics, I've been talking to Pauline Hanson. I remember in the lead up to the 2016 election, remember way back when Malcolm Turnbull was saying she has no place in the Australian Parliament, oh, blah, blah, blah. Well, she, of course, blasted her way through to the first of her two so far Senate terms. And some people have come and gone, but the big news tonight is that One Nation's support is surging. It's surging in lots of different groups, and I'll get into all of that later, but it is now starting to make headline news. You see, I think something is starting to happen here, not just that people are moving their vote and starting to say One Nation. It's too easy to turn around and say, oh, well, that's just a whole bunch of disaffected Liberals who'll go back to the Liberals anyway. Yes, they might when it comes to their preferences, and as always, for as long as we've been sitting here, I've been talking about preferences matter. But I think that people are going to make a permanent break when it comes to the Senate. In the same way that the left of Australian politics has always had the Greens and the Labor Party, One Nation and the Liberals.
Dude, look at the background. Can you see that? Can you see that? He's got monopoly socialism. I wish I could read what that is. Fuck. Monopoly socialism. Wouldn't you love to play that game with this guy? Hey man, can we play some Monopoly socialism? Fuck. He'd be really good at that game too, I reckon. He'd kill it. Monopoly socialism. Vote Compass turned my One Nation voting neighbour into a Greens shooter and Fisher marijuana party. That's hilarious. The They Vote For You website showed him how many times One Nation lied to him. He was not happy. That's interesting. I don't mind foreigners if they assimilate. I got Asian mates who are true blue more than that Thomas Sewell fed. That's hilarious. Yeah. I get the sentiment. I understand. People should assimilate, etc., take on the culture. Yeah, I get it. And they're more true blue than Thomas. Don't tell Sewell. Don't tell him that. They're not gonna like that. I've eaten her cooking. She should go back to takeaway. No way. You're talking about what? Pauline Hanson. You've eaten her cooking. That's hilarious. From her fish and chip shop.
This relationship where sometimes, occasionally help each other out, and then sometimes the coalition will try to wipe One Nation out. One Nation tried to do their best when it came at the last election to preferences, but I think now it is going to be a scenario where people are going to vote One upstairs for the more pure version of politics. Because the reality is, to get a spot in the Senate, you don't need 50 plus 1. You only need 14% of the vote. And One Nation, according to these polls, looks like they'll be able to repeat what they did at the last election. Remember, at the last election, they had 6.4% of the vote. Essentially, preferences from the Liberal Party meant that they were able to get senators up in Queensland, in Western Australia and in New South Wales. So 2 from Queensland plus the other 2, 4. Huge. But what about the poll that came out this week? They've basically doubled their numbers since the election, now 13%. Now, if they had a primary vote of, let's say, even 10%, with the preferences that would come from Libertarians, if Clive Palmer has another crack, but certainly Libs and Nats, they'd be almost guaranteed of a Senate spot in every single state. And that means slowly but surely, we are going to get to the stage where there will be potentially as many members of the upper house that are One Nation as there are the Greens. Hallelujah. Apart from anything else, the handbrake on governments that are too far to the left or...
Got to listen to her spew hate while waiting for food. Assimilation requires a person to forego their heritage and culture. Is that the story of Australia, or do we bring our culture here and impose it upon Indigenous peoples? Oh, I see a conversation happening in the comment section here on the topic of assimilation. Here we go.
Not enough in the real lane that traditional supporters of the Liberal Party have been. This is a huge development. Let me explain partly how some of this goes. And by the way, according to the latest opinion polls that was published in the Turnbull Times, The Guardian, done by the Essential organisation, One Nation is now outpolling the Greens around the entire country. This is amazing to have a look at here. Now, the Greens ever so slightly off, but look at that number, again, basically double for One Nation. Again, it's an extraordinary result. Now, are we anywhere near an election? No. 2.5 years away. Will this number slightly move around? Yeah, probably. But I don't know that it's going to start to fall back to 6 anytime soon. I think it's going to hover a little between, say, 8 and 12, as opposed to, say, 4 and 6. Now, we spotted this trend in the lead up to the election. I think this is going to be something that's important to note and have a look at. Why? Because let me show you where the vote's coming from. In all categories of age, One Nation support is up according to this poll. Yes, they do have some voters, 18 to 34, 7%. 35 to 54, no major change there, but again, double digits. But have a look at that surge of 10% to go from 8 to 18% with people over the age of 55. Again, basically half of the electorate under the age of 50, half of the electorate over the age of 50. So if you've got numbers that are above 10...
Isn't that an interesting stat, right? It's actually quite telling that like the way that they've increased so much is actually with a voter base of people that are over 55. That's actually really interesting. Is that what he's showing there? It's like the 8% difference there. Is a few percent between the upcoming generations, so like halfway between Gen Z and Millennial, and then halfway between, I guess, Millennials and X. They're up like 9%. So with older Australians, they're doing well, not the people that are coming up through the ranks. Interesting. All right, let's see. Let's take a step into the culture wars here, which is my opinion on all of this type of stuff. It's just culture wars. It's your position, your identity, on these issues, how you identify with these issues. Assimilation requires a person to forego their heritage and culture. Is that the story of Australia, or do we bring our culture here and impose it upon Indigenous peoples? Dilemma says, my family was here before it was Australia, hence I am Indigenous to Australia as much as an Aboriginal is. In Dr. Nathan, integration is what we have always done. Australia long ago left it being a white sheet. White sheet. We are and have always been a rich tapestry of many nationalities and cultures. The first fleet held people from all over the world, not just Anglo-Saxon Brits. Immigration as a whole isn't the issue. It's the number and how much our services can attend to. All right, fair enough. That was less culture war-y than I thought it was going to be. Less about assimilation, because that is a hot topic for a lot of people, the idea of assimilation. I don't care if people come here as long as they assimilate, etc., etc. And I think there's a spectrum on that. Like, some people would agree that you need to assimilate in order to even partake in society. Like, obviously, like the baseline for that would be something like being able to speak English, for example. Like, if you can't speak English, then you can't even exist in the public realm, because like you can't go to a shop and buy something, or you can't take up government services, or you won't be able to really to participate in society at all. And so where does assimilation start and begin? There's obviously on a spectrum, and that's why it can be tangled up so nicely in culture war style argumentation. If Aboriginals have an issue with the invention of the wheel, or using boiling water, they are more than welcome to shed that cultural approbation and go walkabout as is their heritage. In Dr. Nathan, just because you call it a culture war doesn't mean it doesn't cost lives when you lose it. Yeah, but it is, that's fine. indoctrination, that it doesn't affect people's lives, but the culture war is the weapon of the oppressor. Remember that. It divides us, so we fight against each other instead of concentrating our firepower on the people that deserve it. So I'm not saying that it's not impactful and it doesn't affect people's lives, but if you want to get into divide and conquer tactics, then we will miss the window when it comes to changing the system for the interests of working people, which will then affect the stuff I'm assuming that you are very concerned about. You're not going to get any traction on the issues that, like the other social issues that really people are concerned about, unless you really look at the structural issues that produce all of this in the first place. Grantifa Odlem, I don't think I read something like that. I didn't think I'd read something like that from you. E wanted culture war, so I turned up the dial. Yeah, look, I was just assuming that's where it was going to go. But like, yeah, the culture war doesn't help long term, to be honest. I'm not saying that there aren't positions within the culture war that are better than others and don't sit on the spectrum of morality. And like, you can always talk about and argue as to why you're morally justified in doing something. But the moral side of things, the culture war, remember, that's what they want us to be doing, fighting each other. That is always my take on this stuff. They do want us fighting each other, as opposed to unifying or showing any form of solidarity. I just think that everyone should be treated the same. No special treatment because of the color of your skin. Merit-based society. All humans have equal rights, proper, conducive to life rights. We shouldn't need to carve out extra particular rights for groups because they're covered fully. Yes, I can agree with that. Hence why it was so ludicrous when we were down the right-wing pipeline the other day that they kept on arguing against DEI. And they're just like, yeah, we just need merits. Like, merits actually exist. All of the wealthy and privileged people out there, because of their connections and their nepotism, they pretend like, oh, removing DEI is just going to bring in the fucking meritocracy utopia. Get fucked. All of those people that hate the DEI are trying to protect the privilege that they get from their wealth, status, and their connections. They don't care about meritocracy at all. They don't care about meritocracy. They're trying to maintain the class system. And yeah, at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, the culture wars is the type of division that allows us to be ruled over, I guess you would say, in a more managed fashion, as opposed to us all getting together and be like, hey, why don't you spend more money on infrastructure? All of us together, as opposed to taking our own unique interpretations of that and why that's happening. We all demand more spending on infrastructure at the same time. That would be ideal from a working class perspective anyway. Call me an idealist, but that would be ideal. I can see what you did there. I see. All right, we are going to leave it there for the main part of the stream. I need to have a quick break because I've been sitting here for like 2.5 hours. No, 3.5 hours now, almost. And then we're going to be back. So if you want to continue chilling, we can have discussions like this if you want. We got really philosophical at the start of the stream as well. Oh my God. But like, yes, if you want to hang around, please do. Well, like I said, we'll do some Rome Total War gameplay, have a little bit of a discussion, really. Yeah, thank you for everyone who's interacted today. Avalava on the stream chat, keeping us alive over there. Jag was here for a bit. Ninja Nurse was hanging out before too. Who else do we have? Ollie Atlas was in the house early on. 4IS. Dr. Nathan, just here to watch a trash fire. Volta Tour. Solar Bear was here for a little bit too. Who else do we have today? but I have failed to mention. I did say indoctrinate, I'm sure. Dilemmas. We have Grand Tifa, a new member of the community. Wings of Cheese was in here for a little bit too. Thank you everyone for your interactions. If you've been just lurking, still here, bruh. Hey, Jag, welcome. Yeah, if you've been lurking, because I know there's some people that just get to watch this maybe on the side while they're doing work. If you've been lurking, just because you haven't interacted, I still thank you anyway for hanging out. It's been interesting. We've covered some interesting territory. Let me just say, old member, yeah. No, that you're a new member. One Nation, huh? Yeah. So if you want to hang out, please do. We will be right back. All right, we're back. Enough with the Sky News. That's enough for me. I'm sorry, Paul Murray. I can't do it anymore. I love you, mate, but I just can't do it anymore. To win the culture war is to turn the lines they use to divide us into lines that connect us. Yes. I agree, but like, how do you do that? By looking at your ideological opponent and just telling them that they're wrong, or they're stupid for thinking something like that. That's just buying into the culture wars. Like, you should ignore the culture war issue. I don't know how you can redefine a culture war issue. Like, let's take the example that the two of you were speaking about then, just for argument's sake. This will be a good topic of discussion, potentially. It might be a really quick one, though. Dilemmas said, no, what did you say? You think that everyone should be treated the same. Yes, yes, yes. My family was here before it was Australia, hence I am Indigenous to Australia as much as an Aboriginal is. Now, if you're willing to tell someone, I'm not saying that you are indoctrinating, but I've seen heaps of people do this. I've seen heaps of people turn around to people that were born in Australia or have been here for generations and tell them that they they don't belong here or something like that. And they, or they're not indigenous to this land or something like that. Like, how do you justify telling someone who was born here or their parents have been here for a long time, they've been here for generations, telling them that, like, this is not your land or something like that? Or like they're not indigenous to this country and things like that. How do you justify like telling people that without thinking that's going to just agitate them and like tear them away from wanting to speak to you? Like, that's not finding a connection between people. That's just infuriating people. I find that conversation a very, very difficult one to traverse. When people think that they belong somewhere because, again, they were born there, their parents have been there for long enough, and then they're told by other people that because they're not indigenous, that they don't belong to any country actually, and they should come back from where they came from. It's like the antithesis of the migration argument. Like, when people are told that because that they hate migrants or something, they say go back to where you came from, you don't belong here. I don't agree with that. I think that's stupid. Like telling people to go back for where they came from, especially if they're like now a citizen or something and they've legally transferred their entire life and their existence to come to this country, just to telling them that they don't belong here and they should go back to where they came from. It's the same line of argumentation, telling someone who believes that they are, because they were born here and their families have lived here for so long, they don't have any other home, telling them that they're not native to this land. It's rather insulting, I find. And like, it's insulting in the sense that like it doesn't unify you with that person. And again, I'm not saying that anyone in this stream would make that line of argumentation and have the audacity to tell someone that they don't belong in a country they were born in. But like, you can see how easily it would piss people off, right? No, I'm not saying that you were doing that, but like, I'm just saying, like, you can see how easily that would piss people off. That would massively piss people off. And like, I've seen people do it like in the flesh in like Australia Day protests or like wherever. They're just like, you're not from here. Go back to where you came from. And you're just like, well, I'm pretty sure that person was born here and they probably have been here for a while. So like, it's hard. It's hard conversation, all this sort of stuff, because there is a spectrum, or there is like exceptions to the rule and like all that sort of stuff. And like, maybe they do have a point, but they don't have a point in this case, but they do in that case. And like, all that sort of muddled, gray area stuff is very culture war-y, and it just pisses people off. And it's hard for us to get, to get a hold in all of this stuff. David Swenson, China, with a little China flag. Welcome. And you seem to be an advocate for China. Grand Tifa, we say we are born here. This is our home. Australia is my country, but the land is FNP, First Nation Peoples. Her heart is First Nation Peoples. Well, I can't go back to England. It's mostly Muslim now, LOL. You just can't help it. You just got keep stirring the pot, bro. Keep stirring the pot. Is that a minority rule line of thinking, mystery movement? Yeah, interesting concept, isn't it? Because what's her name? Ash Shikara. Yeah, she speaks about this. Is there new people in the chat? You know what to do, mystery. Yes, thank you. If there are new people that are watching this, and you are enjoying the stream, come and join Discord. Whoops, I clicked the wrong thing. Come and join Discord. Here's an invitation. Come join our community. Come and drop your propaganda, etc., etc. And also, I might as well do the Patreon now as well. If you need, I want you to get notifications, okay? So go and join Patreon as a free member. Go and join as a free member. And you can get notifications because, I can't always get notifications to you through our social media engine on various platforms because I think it's screened. But, go through it that way. That's the best way. Still here, bruh, for another 40 minutes. That was a long time ago, you said. Oh, no, you said that 20 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago. I know it gets me upset, Invasion Day, etc. Look, I'm for people being able to say Invasion Day and celebrate Australia Day. I think everyone should celebrate whatever the fuck they want, actually. But I don't like when people that are in the Invasion Day camp are kind of just telling people that were obviously born in Australia or have been here for a long time. They're just it's not your country, or go back to where you came from, kind of thing, or telling people they don't have a right to be here, because it's stolen land and all that sort of stuff. Times have changed, things have moved on. It's too difficult to uproot 20 million or something people that have migrated here from various other countries over the last 200 years or whatever, and tell them to fuck off. It's one, it's impractical from a very objective standpoint, and two, it's just illogical as well. It's times have changed and things have moved on, and it doesn't mean we can't be respectful for Indigenous persons, but telling people to fuck off because they don't belong here, even though again they were born here or they have roots here, it is impractical stuff. It really is. It's just ideological warfare. You just want to be right on an issue as opposed to you wanting to, I don't know, advocate for Indigenous rights or something like that. Yeah, but I wouldn't say a cat is a native Australian animal. Doesn't mean doesn't mean it can't exist here, but there is an existence of a land here that it is impacting. Isn't First Nations a Canadian thing? So we have to be aware of that and control how much destruction that it does. Yes, I agree with that logic. But that doesn't extend into the realm of what I was talking about in the culture wars, which is where people kind of just tell people that exist here and are born here that they have no right to be here. Or they even argue that they're not Indigenous to this land. I would argue that they are, or they have the right to say if they feel like they are now Indigenous or something. When someone like Pauline Hanson says it, she's obviously just G'ing people up, and she's doing it to be inflammatory. She's trying to be yeah, fuck you. You like Indigenous rights? Well, I'm Indigenous because I was born here. But I'm not talking about that stuff. That's just Pauline Hanson again being inflammatory. But someone who's as Dilemmas has it described, his family has been here before it was Australia. So many generations, potentially even Australian royalty, with someone who has played for the Australian cricket team. Was that what it was? Is that your claim to fame there? If someone like Dilemmas wants to call themselves Indigenous to Australia because Australian culture does exist now, and he has literally ties to the land, then let him call himself Indigenous. Who gives a fuck? But again, someone what's her name? Pauline Hanson's just doing it to deliberately be inflammatory and piss people off. And like, who cares what people say they are, if they think they're indigenous or not? But yes, we could, like, materially, we should control the way that we destroy the planet or destroy Australia. I agree with that. I agree with controlling introduced species, but we need guns for that? That could be taken the wrong way. Oh my God. Yeah, just go around culling migrants, if that's what you're suggesting, dilemmas. Same with corporations doing damage. People have the right to exist wherever, but governments and organizations must prove themselves worthy of existence. I respect people's right to speech, especially when I don't agree. Slowly but surely, I will turn this entire stream libertarian. Well, look, let me just say this. I would say, and this is actually predates your libertarianism, is socialism. The idea of socialism was originally called they were called social libertarians. So if you just put the word social in front of your libertarianism, then we're there with you all the way, all the way. That's where we're at. The day the Zionists overran their first village is not a celebration day for Palestinians. I get why they call it Invasion Day. That's actually a really good test case, actually, Grand Tifa. Like, do the Zionists, do the Israelis have a right to be in Palestine? Is the same kind of conversation that happens in Australia about whether, like, Australians or anyone who's migrated here has any right to be in Australia compared to First Nations people. Should all Australians that are not Indigenous or have some type of Indigenous ancestry, as you would say, should they all just get up and fuck off? Like many people would argue that the Israelis don't have a right to exist in the state of Palestine and they should get up and leave. I think most people would argue that, or not most people, but a lot of people would argue that, yeah, the Zionists should get out of Palestine, right? But like, would those same people argue that all Australians should get up and get out of Australia? And this is why it's culture war stuff, because this is hard. These conversations are difficult, they're nuanced, there's many variables, all this type of stuff, and it's outside of the context of simple material factors like economic circumstances, which is the basis for the entirety of the society that we're at the moment. That doesn't mean that ideological superstructural elements like politics, like culture, like religion, like sociability, like all of these factors don't impact people's lives. They impact people's lives incredibly. But like, if we don't change the base structure behind it all, the economic mode, then, like, you know, we're not going to make any substantive or long-lasting change. So there's certain things that will just come in and out of fashion because they're trending, and that's the way of human culture. Generally, it moves and it changes, but like the base, the economic mode, seems to just chug along and support all of this culture war stuff that sits on top of it. I think the Yes campaign proved it. The No campaign threw quite a few exceptions at the movement, like, oh, wait, aren't you putting Indigenous people on a pedestal? And the campaign didn't have an answer to this. This is coming from someone who was heavily involved in the campaign. Yeah, and it's hard to argue with like the nuance of someone who's got like a gotcha question, like, kind of thing. I like your enthusiasm, Dilemmas. Yeah, I know. I like your enthusiasm. Put the word social in front of it. You got it. You got yourself a deal. Yeah, but what I'm doing, if reframing the conversation about real issues, is that the power structures that oppress us, yeah, but what I'm doing is reframing the conversation about the real issue that is the power structure that oppresses us all. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but like, if you're saying that you should redirect the conversation to actually the class warfare, then I'm all for that. If that's what you're talking about, that was my line. That's my argument. And a lot of campaigners' response to the loss was, oh yeah, everyone is racist. And it's not as simple as that. People were just confused as to what the Yes campaign was trying to achieve. Yeah, and it was derailed by culture warriors. It was derailed, I think, by people that were just like deliberately muddying the waters and confusing the conversation so they could get what they wanted. Whether or not that meant good for the Australian people or not, it didn't matter. Material, whether it was a good idea, it was just they were spreading confusion on purpose. Really, I only use the term Indigenous to trigger lefties. I use the term Australian. That's hilarious. We're all Australians, right? Jewish people have the right to exist in Palestine. The Israeli state has lost all legitimacy to its governance. If there was any to begin with, there it is. There it is. Yeah, that's an interesting point, isn't it? Yeah, the Jewish people have a right to exist in Palestine, but the state of Israel itself, that's what's illegitimate. Wait. Why does it point up? That's not fair. The joke's not working anymore. I'm with stupid. Oh, right. Are you pointing to yourself now? Is that what's going on? Ah, how do you like it, Avalava? Because your name's there. I get it. Grand Tifa. I'm not getting used to the Grand Tifa thing yet. We'll start. No, I'll call you Grand Tifa. I asked my local elders how I should vote, and they asked me to vote no. The media ignored what the nations and their leaders wanted. Really? You asked them, and they told you how to vote. That's interesting. Jacinta Price was a good culture warrior in that sense. Never spoke to them. Just corporate mouthpieces. Ah, interesting. Yeah, got me good. Yeah, you did. How do you like it? Yeah. How do you like it? How do you like them apples? The reframing comment was around the issue of migrants not having the right to exist on stolen land. Oh, right. Yeah, reframe it about power structures. Okay. Sorry. Completely out of context, no. Power structures. Yeah. Actually, I may drop the paleo and adopt the social. I think that fits me a little bit better. Oh my God. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, well, me and you both, brother. I'll start calling myself a social libertarian as well. That'll confuse some people. Me and you both, brother. If it were a vote about me, I would ask me. The temptation to post anything is too enticing, like ice cream. Are you going to get in on the culture wars, Avalava? I would like to know your opinion. We're culture warring it up at the moment. I'm not sure if you've been following or not. But yeah, we're culture warring it up. Each nation cannot speak for the other. See, that's the thing. That's assuming there's nations within nations and nations within nations. No, I choose not to culture war. Ah, there it is. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Clever. Clever man. Over 200 here, and I guarantee nobody went to each of them and asked first. But like, what a mission that would be, having to ask everyone. Yeah, it really could have been a material question, I think. A material question about whether or not it's a better form of governance, really. Is it going to be more efficient, less efficient? Is it going to give people more power, less power? Not about like whether it's for all Australians or not. What it would have done is potentially taken power away from corporate interests or moneyed interests in the land. That was a problem. I prefer more sweet topics like this. Look, you're not helping. Oh, just the elders. Oh, okay. No. Kerry White, an Aboriginal elder, said vote no as well. Reckons the government never bothered asking the real rural Aboriginals. It was just a Canberra white guilt thing from rich Karens. And so, like, even that's like culture warrior, right? Like, what's the real rural Aboriginals? Like, there's no such thing as city Aboriginals. Eh? That's offensive to urban Aboriginals. They're the only Aboriginals I know. Are urban Aboriginals. And so they're not real. Kerry White. Whoever Kerry White is. She's discounting all those urban Aboriginals. How dare she? Oh, 4AS, check this out. I don't know if you can see. I've got the entire. I've moved over, bro. I took Carthage, and Thapsus. I've got the island of Corsica. I just want to take all the maritime areas, so like I can dominate trade. I've dominated trade so well. Like my income is perfect. My finances are in order. I'm set, bro. I've been fighting these culture wars since the war on Christmas. Back in '08. That's hilarious. The war on Christmas. So good. Hey, let them have it. Let the kid. No one think of the children when it comes to Christmas. Kiddies just like presents. Let them have Christmas. I think I need to keep fighting over here in this arena. I think that's what I was doing. Yes, let's go with that. I've been fighting the culture war since Christmas. That's hilarious. Alright, let's see. Who we got hanging out today? We got Grand Tifa, Dilemmas, 4AS, Avalava, Indoctrination. Maybe Jag. Just lurking. Right, hot take from Ollie Atlas. I was on the side of Christmas. Ain't no one taking my presents. That's hilarious. All right, here's one from the actually, can you see that? Oh yeah, you can. Awesome. Here's a hot take from Discord. There should be an age limit for elected officials. With the higher the rank, the higher the limit. Ooh, anyone want to get into the age limitations on the culture wars? Actually, do you reckon that is a culture war issue, potentially? Like, I guess it is. But like how old people should be before they're allowed to be involved in politics. I thought urban was black, not Aboriginals. You love stirring the pot, bro. That's all you love doing. I'm fucking onto you, man. I'm on to you. Yeah. Should there be an age limit for elected officials with higher the rank, the higher the limit? Someone asked me the other day, they were like, oh, what would you do if you were in power? Would you take power kind of thing? And I was like, no way. I don't take power. But I would put, like, if I could choose who the president of the United States would be, the head of world capitalism, I wouldn't take that mantle myself, but I would give it to someone like David Harvey, for instance, because he's like a 90-year-old dude who has a good Marxian understanding of capitalism, so he knows how it works and how to solve some of its internal contradictions quite well. But he's 90, so he's going to die pretty soon. Like, I love him and I don't want him to die, but like, he will die soon. He's 90, right? He's got to die soon. Unless there's some amazing advancement in medicine that I don't know of. But like, he will die soon. So any policy decisions that he makes, really, it's not like it's going to allow him to benefit from it for somehow in the future, which is very similar to the way that things work at the moment. People make politics or decide on politics, I would say. Or they go into politics like career politicians because they're feathering their nest, or they're going to have some beautiful corporate job, or they're going to be members of the board somewhere when they finish their political rounds. But if you had people that were going into politics because they were, they didn't care about the future in terms of feathering their own nest, but just like posterity, they just cared about the longevity of the human race and what was good for society, then like if you could factor that into the age of politics, I'd be all for that. All for that. Should I allow them to have trade rights? I guess I should. I still want to be able to turn on them soon and take over their empire. But we'll do trade for the meantime. Trade for the meantime. Humor conveys the message better than hate. Huh. Yeah, fair enough. Fine. Stirring the pot conveys my message better than just being a hater. You can have trade rights. Yeah. Here's your fucking trade rights. But I still get to kill you soon. Then we can take all your rights later. Thank you. And then monopolize trade. Completely. That's what I was thinking for, I read my mind. I think I should do this side. There. I'm going to go to Egypt, yeah. Going after Cleopatra and Mark Antony? Yeah, I think so. Who's Rennick? Rennick for PM. Do you have another name for that? Rennick. Rennick who? Oh, this dude. You know, he comes up in my TikTok feed and stuff like that, and you have all those. He has like a master's in, I don't know, accounting or something like that, and he has all these ideas for how he would reshape Australian politics. Rennick, People's First. Is this who you would vote for? He's a One Nation senator, but doesn't he have his own party or something? Rennick, People First. He has all these ideas about how he would reshape Australian politics. No, whoa, 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 whoa. Lower the income tax rate. So far, so good. Flexible childcare. Childcare subsidy payments go up. So far, good. Voluntary superannuation. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's setting people up for failure, I must admit. Like, most people won't do it. Streamline the bureaucracy. What the fuck does that even mean? Like, honestly. Public bank and insurance office. We are calling on the reinstatement of a public bank. Some of the old... Hey, man, I'm all for that. Fucking... Let's get a nationalised bank back in there. Rebuild Australia with our own infrastructure, bank and people. That's my line. He stole my line. We should fund our own investment projects. What's his position on immigration, though? That usually is what sets people apart. Well, the major parties are coming up with a problem for every solution. I see what you did there. We are coming up with a solution for every problem. This is the People First Party. Is this guy a Workers' Party dude or what? Stress-inducing, get back from chasing an escape dog, and here you say Rennick for PM was like, oh my god, I've changed timelines. No, I'm just reading from the chat. So just get back from chasing an escape dog. What are you chasing dogs for? I hope the dog's okay. No, I'm just, yeah, like I said, I'm reading from the chat. This is your libertarian, this is where paleo-libertarianism takes you in Australia. This is your best option, you reckon? I wonder what the position on migration is. Cut all migrants. Nobody needs them anyway. Freedom of speech, migration. Australia is a country built on immigration. However, current migration rate is unsustainable, impacting the cost of living and housing. I guess that's just the huge. Just the huge, man. Cut the beer excise tax. Now, these guys are populist. People First, we slash beer excise by around 50% for beer with an alcohol content above 3% and standardized to 20 cents a litre. Fucking what a that's a populist Australian policy right there. Right? Don't you reckon? It's a beagle. Oh, I hope the beagle's okay. His bio. Yeah, I've heard him talk on TikTok videos and stuff. My algorithm is fucked. I get so many varied things. Jared Rennick is an Australian politician who served as Senator for Queensland. From 2019 to 2025, he was elected to the Senate as a member of the Liberal National Party of Queensland, sat as a Liberal Party Parliament, resigned from the LNP to form the People First Party, but failed to retain his seat. Political positions, climate, he advocates climate change denial. Okay. His COVID-19 Guardian reported the Federal Health Minister, Greg Hunt, had described some of Rennick's Facebook posts as containing false information. Superannuation. Called superannuation a cancer. Like millions of dollars get sucked out of people's pockets of the battlers in the bush, and sent to the blowhards in Sydney and Melbourne to manage for a small cost of around $37 billion a year in management fees. Well, he's not wrong about the management fees, but like, I don't know, man. Having people contribute towards their retirement in this economy where people won't actually just give people a pension. Like let me just be clear, in my opinions, they should just pay people a living pension wage as opposed to having to rely on superannuation. But like in the real world, in the world that we live in, superannuation, I think, does actually help. That's interesting. Tax. Rennick has used his background in finance to advocate for tax reform. He called for profits in Australia to be taxed at the same rate as profits for foreign-owned entities. Hey, fucking tax them, bro. Tax the corporates. Go for it. Increasing the tax-free threshold from 18. See, if you're thinking about like protecting working people, I'm all for that. But like, there'd be a lot of businesses that would manipulate things to get away with certain tax evasion practices, right? With that. But hey, if you make under 40 grand, fuck yeah. Like you're still doing it tough, as if you need to get taxed, right? He called Labor's policy of providing free childcare to all 3-year-olds in Australia a conspiracy to strengthen the role of the state has in raising kids. Wow, I thought it would just be helping people that need to go to work so they don't have to pay for it. That's pretty harsh for working people. A lot of people have to work, like 2-parent household, just to make a living. I'm saying that it's a way for the state to control kids. It's a way to inject them with the woke mind virus, right? Oh, not so bad after all, Grand Tifa. Better policies than one nation. We need tax reforms. From the school of Philip Ruddock himself. Indoctrinated. Where'd you get the Giannis ones? They're so good. Don't tell Fauci you have a beagle. I've heard things. I listen to him speak as I used to watch that place routinely. He's an opportunistic for me to trust as a party leader. Very One Nationist from what I took from Rennick. Yeah, it would seem that way. I'm surprised about the superannuation stuff. Like, as someone who has a financial background, I should understand that it's important to have some type of safety net for people once they get fucked over by the system. I'm not saying that it's not completely, but it's not denigrated by the corporate sector. But is self-described Russophile. Solidarity with appreciation of and support for the people, language, and history of Russia is a Russophile. That's interesting. He's compared Australia's migration policy to farmers who overstock their paddock and has claimed that immigration was more damaging to Australia's environment than carbon pollution. So one reduction in the number of temporary visa holders in Australia, who number over 2 million. There you go. Yeah, the Giannis one's so good. Interesting. Man, I want to fight someone. I haven't done a battle in ages. Imperator? There's no one left. I have to keep pushing west, I guess. Alright, let's start another army then, shall we? They're from a South African streamer called Little Bear. That's so good. The Giannis one too. I think his point is fund managers leeching the money. I don't mind super, but I'd like to have control of it. Yeah, got it. If I could pull my super now, I could pay off the rest of my mortgage. But that's not the point though, is it? That's not the point. Like, it's not there to help you with your mortgage repayments. It's there to help you in your retirement when the economy is completely fucked. And they're not going to help pay for your retirement like they should, because you've dedicated your life to working into the economy and trading your labor value in order to build the nation and help capitalism. And like, the least that our social organization and systems could do is at least pay you in your golden years to do whatever the hell it is you want to do. Because like I said, you've spent most of your productive life in the service of capital. But like, that's never going to happen. So I think we should have some type of system where we at least know we're going to get some money out of it. Panda. What's all this then? The the Giannis Varoufakis emoji came from then. You South African. Why do you think I'm South African? Tell me, please. I would like to know more. What's the Fauci joke? I don't get it. Like, Fauci likes beagles or something like that? You'd have to explain that one more. Stop with your anti-Fauci rhetoric, bro. Yeah, I don't get the Fauci joke. I would like to know more. I would save my serviceability fees, etc., going to the bank, and I could invest the money myself or leverage equity to buy another property to generate income. Yes, the dirty landlord route. Well, you know, it's part of the Australian economy now. Oh, I sound South African. It's actually an Australian accent, if you're picking up on stuff. Mate, yeah, nah. Pretty much. Yeah, no, it's not South African, if you're wondering. It's not. I don't know what else to say to that. But welcome to the stream. Did you just assume his nationality? So good. I swear it's based on the accent, nothing else. I try not to assume anything. Nothing, I swear. Alright. So might take units from here. Um, if you don't start a battle soon, I will do random the room quotes. Hello, one man's assumption is another's educated guess. Sorry, I just realized you is Aussie, but you don't much sound like Steve Irwin. What about this? What if I say this? Oh, crikey! Is that a good Steve Irwin? I guess so. Crikey! Oh, he's coming right for us. Something like that. Would that work for you? Does that do it for you? Hey? I used to get hit with, did you just assume my gender in gaming? Because a catchphrase. Interesting. Yeah, fucking nah, you fucking mad dog cunt. Oh my god, I just read that whole thing out. All these urban South Africans chanting kill the boar. this croc is really pissed off now. That's my best Steve Owen. That's all I got. Right. Gonna stay there. Then I can stay on the side. You can stay there. No way. Urban cohort. Fuck yeah. Crikey. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, yes, you know the room quotes. You're not a Queenslander, so that's at least one positive about mystery. How dare you? I feel attacked, Nathan. Fucking stingrays. Savage, bro. That's savage. I guess you have to be able to joke about it after some time. So it's been long enough. We could joke about this, right? It's been long enough. For God's sakes, it's been long enough. That's fucking hilarious. What do I got here? 5. Oh, I need a couple more units, I guess. Alright. Boring. I want a battle. The 4AS wants a battle. Oh my god. I like to watch. I can't right now. I'm really busy. Well, they're gonna pay me 10,000 denarii to end the bloodshed. Sorry, bro. I still want to invade your. I like the money, but I do want to invade the rest of your properties. Oh, that was a warning shot. Now they've raided my ports. I did not hit her. This is bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Man, the room. So good. Take me back to the room. One, two, three, four. So I might have to take some of those out. Fuck yeah. Let's go take another place, huh? The fight's on. Oh, we're on the way to a battle. Get them to empty their coffers, then attack them anyway. Yeah, I know. That seems a bit slack, though. Don't you reckon? Like, I've already destroyed their empire and cut it in half. They've only got a few settlements left. And I have my reputational damage to think about for IS. Like, if I do that, come on too heavy, then people will not take my word for anything. I guess that, not that that matters. There's so much plague going around my empire. That's because of all the trade. Stupid Romans. Oh, it's slack, but are you trying to build an empire or what, you pussy? Yeah, I get it. I get it. Fine. Fine. I'll do it. I really want to take Egypt, but you know what I'm terrified of? Their chariots. I don't know how to fight against chariots. It's actually quite hard. If you've ever tried. Oh yeah, I was building a navy here to go and fight people. That's right, I forgot about that. Alright, you. Let's go. So what have I got here? Great. Skirmisher cavalry or phalanx are best option? Yeah, I guess that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad call. I don't know. I don't know if I can recruit phalanx. You know what? I was looking at this before. If I take this territory here, I think I can get elephants. I can use elephants as mercenaries. Mercenary recruitment. And I can start to have war elephants. That'd be sick. Fuck, there's like 10 people viewing this on my end. Is that true? Who's actually watching this? If you're watching this on TikTok land and you're wondering what the hell's going on, you can follow us on YouTube. You just have to go over there. Astro Castro. You sick dog. You can hear me. You can view the whole thing. And Hobart Booth Co. If you want to watch this whole thing, you can actually go across to YouTube or Twitch. Let me know. I'll give you the handle. I have to do some business administration here. Lame business. Lame. Yes. Man, I'm at the point, like, this latifundia that I'm supposed to build. It's like, fuck it, it's 9,000 denarii a pop, man. Just to feed your people. It's crazy. 9,000 denarii a pop. I guess people got to eat. People got to eat. Yes, promote the Twitch. We want VIP badges. Ah, yes. Yeah, we're so close as well. Actually, Indoctrinathan, are you doing a stream today? Well, let us know if you are. I can raid you. I'm not sure if you're setting up in the next 15 minutes or not, though. The real gangster move would be waiting a couple thousand years, become the Vatican, and control the world that way. Then you won't have to worry about chariots. Yes, and then the devil will move into the bottom of the Vatican, and then we can deal with everything from there. And I'll just use the power of the devil, as Ron would say, to control the world. Oh man, I have to feed my people. Who thought that was the plan? I know, right? I didn't sign up for this shit. Feeding my populace. Fucking leeches. I just want them to die in my forever wars. Why do I have to feed them too? Bastards. Selfish plebs. So expensive, all this stuff. My God. I think this is all I can afford at the moment. Far out. Ooh, one more. Ooh, yeah, forum all the way. All right, last one. Let them eat bark. There it is. The Egyptians hate you for your freedom. Get it. Yeah, no. Let me bring some freedom, some democracy. Okay? That's the American way. I asked these guys for an alliance before, and they were like, nah. And now they want to ally with me? I wonder why. I want your map information.
Would you consider?
Bro, I want your map information. Yallah.
Would you consider? Our thanks.
Fine. That's how you negotiate. I think we're going to get a battle in. This is all just admin stuff. Lame. Lame. Lame admin. I wanted to fight someone before 3:30. This is bullshit. Oh, there's another settlement here. Is that Egypt then? That's Memphis. So what is this? Thebes. Ah, damn. I was going to the wrong place. It's outrageous. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to fight anyone today. That was the was that the art of the deal? Yeah, I know. Me and Trump, we go way back. We're both 80s guys. We know the art of the deal. 80s guy. Yeah, 80s guy. Lame. Submit as soon as someone pushes back. LO. LOL. Yeah. Well, like, I wanted his map information, but I did ask him for an alliance before. I asked the Egyptians to be allies. Because it means I can move close to their armies and not have to be imposed on by them. And I can also coerce them into attacking people for me as well. I think I might take Memphis first then. I actually want access to this. Pharaohs at Alexandria. I want access to another one of the wonders of the ancient world kind of thing. I think I might attack these guys first. Let's do that. Lame. Man, this place never stops rioting. Seriously. I have exterminated their population like 3 or 4 times. And like in a couple of terms, they're rioting again. These are agitated persons in the Levant over here. I think that's like modern day Lebanon, I guess. That area there. What do you reckon? Go watch out for the Lebanese. They just keep rioting. Boring. I'm sorry, everyone. I wanted to play a battle in the stream today. I think we're going to get around to it. There's no one to fight. No one has any armies anymore. Be careful, you who you call Lebanese. They have been known to punch a bloke in the face for saying that. That's hilarious. All right, I've punched blokes in the face for saying that. All right, don't start that again. Yeah, he really took offense to that one, didn't he? Doesn't like to be called out for his Lebanese heritage. I don't know why he's so sensitive about it. Doesn't make sense. I guess I could fight these guys. I have a catapult, I think. Let's see if I do. Yes, I do. I guess we could have one battle before I have to fuck off. Let's try this, shall we? We get some action, baby. Finally. Be careful who you call Lebanese. I've been known to punch by a bloke in the face for saying that. So good. And all the remixes that have come out about him as well. So fucking funny. All the different contexts. People have taken him so out of context and made some great memes about him. Yeah, he had some big feelings about that. Why? Why is it so offensive that people call him out for being Lebanese? Is he trying to paint this picture that he's like Dinky Die or something like that? He's as Aussie as you can get. Like, why be afraid of it? And like, he's right though. Like, the Lebanese go back as far as like the 1840s, I think, maybe even that. Like, no, it was around maybe that time. Oh, I probably should have waited. Actually, I'm not gonna fight in the rain. Didn't think that one through. What do they got up here? Light Auxilia, Regional Cohort. I can take him. In a Viet accent, I punch blokes in the mouth. Yeah. Getting emotional like a woman is kind of un-Australian. Oh, wow. You stir the pot, bro. You keep stirring. Gamer I used to hang with used to say, as a joke, I'm Australian-born Lebanese. If your children say crikey, if our children say crikey, we beat them. But if true, imagine how they feel about old Bob. I know, right? What's he thinking? What's he on about? Why is he so offended? Fucking Bob. Come on, hurry up. Yeah, why was he so emotional about it? I must have missed some context. Maybe he's just sick of people calling him out for his heritage because, yeah, he has that kind of conservative, I'm all for Australia vibe. And so as an Australian, he can't talk about, don't mention the Lebanese heritage kind of thing. Maybe that's what it's about. Oh, I missed some of your stuff, Avalava. I'm sorry. Okay, I got to bounce later, Miss Reed. This was a good one. I wonder how Brian, hello, Burletics analyst will inform us moving forward. Yeah, I wonder. Keep missing the stream chat. Gotta stop doing that. Yeah, it must be just to keep up appearances with his voter base, I guess. Can't be calling himself Lebanese. People won't like that. Can't be Lebanese. People don't like Lebanese people, do they? How did they get shot down? That makes sense. All right, he's about to go through the gates. All right, monumentous occasion. We've taken over. Flying off the handles at words. Oh, how leb of you, Kata. He did experiment on beagles. He was in charge of experiments where beagles were used. Ah, that's the joke about him and the beagles. Got it. Right. Oh, I can't go in. That's funny.
Roman military engineering triumphs once more. The walls are down. Order your men on to victory.
I guess I could, but I can't fight them right now. So that's the Fauci joke. He was in charge of experiments with beagles, so keep your beagles away. Hide your daughters, hide your wife. This is not much of an eventful battle, is it? Sucks. Too bad USAID shut down. We could have gotten science funding for the beagles and used the cash to boost the channel. I'm telling you, it seems like they just give this stuff away. If we just pretended to be libertarians, we might be able to get funding off some of these people. I'm telling you, people, the earth revolves around the sun. We could do this. We could make this work. Let's see how this cohort fight against heavy cavalry, huh? It's raining too much. Burn him. And Fauci was kind of responsible for the AIDS epidemic, allegedly. Burn him. GoPro Israel. That's where the real money is. Yeah, I know, but I don't know if I could sell my soul just to get money so I can spread propaganda, because it'll come back to bite me. Because the Israelis assassinate people that don't play like the right game, if you know what I mean. Like, look at Charlie Kirk. I'm gonna run with the Candace Owen conspiracy theory view on Charlie Kirk's assassination. I'm gonna go with it. It was Israel for sure. Because Kirk refused to take money from the Israel lobby. Get him, bro. Get the dogs. Get him. GoPro Israel. That's where the money's at. Yeah, I know. Are they running away? Pathetic. Seriously. They are running away. Lame. I'm gonna split my army well. Didn't think about that. I can't believe my army is running away. Lame. These are supposed to be the best trained people out there. And then running away. This is Praetorian cohort. Lame. I was driving while you were talking about him, but Bob Catter is a perfect example of what happened to a person when they are forced to assimilate rather than integrate. He, his father, his grandfather were ridiculed for their heritage as not real Aussies to a point where they have abandoned any trace of their Lebanese heritage. And now insulted at the very thought of not being Australian because of what they gave up to be Aussie. Right. Interesting. That's an interesting point. But like assimilation is, like I said before, it's in varying degrees. Like you could ask someone to assimilate or integrate by making sure that they're able to communicate with people and, speak the lingua franca or the predominant language in that society. And that could be forcibly asking someone to assimilate kind of thing. I can't believe they're losing this fight. How is that possible? Look at all the horses that have gone down for this fight, man. Getting hammered. I lost so many cavalry, so much cavalry. But in battle, it's beyond belief. These Romans have a tinge of an American accent now. I wonder if that's historically accurate. I don't think the IDF are the best trained. Have you heard Avi? Or Kata is a Northern Queenslander, so his reaction is par for the course. Far North Queensland is different too, LOL. It's par for the course. It's just how they communicate. Alright, finally did a battle. And how lame was that? I'm assuming he just died. Ugh. That was not well fought. That's not my best work, this battle. Not gonna lie. I lost way too many people for this one. Shouldn't have split the troops. They actually played that quite well, they did. I've got the square, that's all that matters, I guess. Look at that, man. I lost a lot of people. Far out. Poor strategy. That's all that is. Should have fought better than that. The blade itself incites to violence. There's a anti-gun control. Sorry, there is a pro-gun control quote if you ever heard one. The blade itself incites to violence. It's an interesting idea. Oh, it's a huge city. The Great Pyramid and Sphinx of Giza. Oh, they do have quite a good... Alexandria, that's what I want to take. I want to get Alexandria. Alright, let's go get another army. Yeah, some of those units got hammered. There's nothing left in some of them. My God. Ravaged. Interesting. All right. I'm going to leave it there. I actually have to bounce now. The Zaf Brannigan technique. I know, right? I'll just send wave after wave of my own men at them. The thing about understanding the kill bots was understanding their preset kill limit. I wonder if I can find that, actually.
You see, killbots have a preset kill limit.
That's the one. This is for you. This is for me, really. Let's be honest. I love Zap.
Knowing their... You see, killbots have a preset kill limit. Knowing their weakness, I sent wave after wave of my own men at them until they reached their limit and shut down. Kiff, show them the medal I won.
So good. Oh, he's a fucking legend. Oh, I'm going to leave it there. Yes, Zap. Damn right, yes, Zap. And when we run out of men, we'll throw the women at them too. Hey, we don't discriminate. We throw men and women alike. Let's just say that. All right. I'm going to leave it there. But yeah, thank you everyone for your interactions today. Do appreciate it. And we will be back tomorrow. So what is tomorrow? Tomorrow Thursday. I'm thinking of doing theory Thursdays. We've got militant Mondays. We've got far right Fridays. So I'm starting to come up with some different themes going on here. But we might do some theory tomorrow. I know everyone's like, oh man, we have to learn stuff. But like, yeah, maybe a theory Thursday potentially. But we'll make that call when we get to it. So thank you everybody for hanging around. If you've been watching on TikTok, thank you. And yeah, we'll catch you tomorrow. Until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I'll see you on the morrow. Cheers.